Dear distinguished guests, dear friends, I would like to welcome you all at this international conference on enhancing citizen skills on media and information literacy to confront hate speech and misinformation, financed by the Research Committee of the University of Macedonia. The conference is co-organized by the UNESCO Chair of Intercultural Policy for an Active Citizenship and Solidarity at the University of Macedonia, Greece, and the UNESCO Chair, Savoir Devenir in a Sustainable Digital Environment of the University Paris 3 Sorbonne Nouvelle. Since its establishment in 2004, under the initiative of Professor Paraskevi Skouperaki, the UNESCO Chair of Intercultural Policy has aimed to raise awareness among students and the public about UNESCO's crucial role in society. To date, the UNESCO Chair at the University of Macedonia has developed a broad range of activities, including teaching elective courses, organizing summer schools and seminars, as well as conducting research and raising awareness through conferences and publications, as well as through our internship program. Now, our focus is on media and information literacy, since the University of Macedonia signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the University Paris 3 Sorbonne Nouvelle in order to become an associate member of the network by UNESCO and the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations on media and information literacy and intercultural dialogue. We aspire for our university to be the first in Greece and the seventh in Europe to gradually become a member of the MILIT network. As part of our commitment to broadening the impact of today's research, we also plan to share the recordings of this conference during the UNESCO Global Mill Week in late October. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Divina Frau-Maix for her invaluable collaboration in organizing this conference. I'm also deeply grateful to Ms. Adeline Hulon from UNESCO for honoring us with her presence here in Thessaloniki, as well as to Ms. Judith Cosgrove from the EU Joint Research Center for her insightful presentation on digital competences. I'm also thankful to Professor Katerina Linos from the University of Berkeley in the United States for presenting online her research today. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our distinguished professors, Ms. Marit Jakola from Gothenburg, Sweden, Ms. Kristina Juraite from Kaunas, Lithuania, Mr. Felipe Chibas Ortiz from Sao Paulo, Brazil, as well as our experts from Greece, Dr. Katerina Chrysanthopoulos, Ms. Tonia Arachova, Ms. Iro Zorbadzaki and Ms. Anthi Baliou, Dr. Stefanos Valianatos, and Mr. Michael Kavouklis for being here with us for a high-level discussion on the role of UNESCO, EU, and Greek entities on enhancing mill skills. Through this conference, we hope all participants will gain an understanding of the critical importance of accessing reliable and fact-based information in order to make informed decisions and participate in civic life, including elections, free from malign interference, whether domestic or foreign, within a secure digital environment. I'm looking forward to our fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
Esteemed guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure and personal honor to welcome you all on behalf of the University of Macedonia to the present international conference that is taking place in collaboration with the universities of Bonn Nouvelle, titled Enhancing Citizens' Media and Information Literacy to Confront Hate Speech and Disinformation, the role of UNESCO and European Union. In today's interconnected world, where information flow knows no borders or specific platforms, media outlets play a significant role. It is in the context of this relatively new fluid reality that our responsibility towards the public is born, a responsibility to provide citizens with adequate resources, skills, and knowledge in order to enable them to traverse the shifting sands of the present day status quo and navigate an increasingly complex media landscape which threatens to shroud individuals with various challenges such as hate speech, disinformation, and misinformation. These challenges jeopardize not only individual freedoms and public discourse, but also the very fabric of democracy and human rights through exploiting the existing vulnerabilities that are produced due to the uncertain character of today's reality. Hate speech, phenomenon largely occurring in digital communication, undermines our conversation and promotes predispositions, hatefulness, and violence, and disinformation in order to deceive and mislead the public into division and mistrust. Disinformation is unfortunately reinforced through misinformation, especially through the use of media platforms. In this context, the need for a comprehensive and effective plan to promote to the best of our ability media and information literacy is as evident as ever. This is where the individual action as well as the partnership between UNESCO and the European Union become so crucial. The cooperation between these two institutions is essential for the construction of resilient digital society. I would like to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation in the conference. I would also like to remind you that this conference is indeed a very important and effective endeavor to promote media and information literacy as it functions as a platform to engage in constructive dialogue, exchange ideas, discuss strategies, explore possible partnerships, and come up with effective ways to better understand and address the pressing issues at hand. I would like to congratulate the co-organizers of the conference, UNESCO chairs, and the always active and hardworking colleague, Professor Despina Anagnostopoulou and her scientific team. I wish you great success in this key scientific event. I believe that it will be achieved due to the distinguished speakers, the interesting topic, and of course, the productive discussions that will take place. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you this morning. I'm in particular really interested, following on the conversation of yesterday, to hear from the research community, from students, and from professors that are actually having a very in-depth knowledge of the work we do at UNESCO. It's really an interesting perspective because from my side, I'm coming more with the practitioner perspective because I have started in January as the new head of unit for media information literacy at UNESCO HQ. And the reason of my presentation, or the title of this presentation, was to explain you as well why this program has been transformed as a proper, and a separate unit, and what we are going to do, or what we are planning to do in the coming years. We heard a lot about the word hate speech. We heard a lot about disinformation, misinformation. Yesterday, I don't know who was there yesterday, but in the presentations from various professors, from students, this was really highlighted as one of the key reasons. And indeed, this has been such a game changer. And he's explaining why nowadays disinformation and misinformation has completely transformed the digital information ecosystem, and has reinforced the importance of media and information literacy. And I wanted to start with you with one little example, just to explain the urgency of media information literacy. You've probably followed, but since August 22, anyone who buys a new phone of Google is going to have a kind of an access to this magic editor. You've probably seen that, right? It's a new feature that is now built in the device of mobile phone. And that is surely going to become the norm, because it's soon to be rolled out on many phones. But what is very interesting, and probably also scary with that technology, is that now there is a risk that fake, that used to be the exception, and I don't like to use so much the term fake because it's been so much misused, but fake was the exception and not the rule. And it took specialized knowledge, the knowledge how to use some application in order to create, for instance, some deep fake. But now, with this new feature, at the fingertip of anyone, there is a possibility to very easily use this new kind of application to create fake. And until now, for most of us, photography was a proof that something happened. Think about the photo of something on your ceiling, the photo that you've done when receiving a package, just as a proof, the photo that you have done when you have rented a car as a proof. All of this now is going probably to change. This was, until now, photography was a proof of that something really happened, and which means that with this kind of new technology, we are entering a reality that is going to be even less intelligible. And this is something where the consequences are surely going to be quite big. And one of the main consequences, again, the increased erosion of trust. And that's also, of course, something that has begun before the release of this phone and will continue after the release of this phone. I mean, there is no direct interconnection between these. But the risks are huge when you know that information and the trust on information is the lifeblood of democracy. And we need now, that's also like why media information literacy has become a real priority. We need to ensure that trust in information remains, because without this, there cannot be democracy. So we are really like engaged in something like we are running against the clock, and there is a need to step up the efforts. The good news is that this has really been recognized as a priority at UN level and even at UNESCO. So we have now an increased mobilization of our member states that have recognized the need to really step up urgently the efforts in that area. Could we start with kind of examples, but the fact that we are getting in a world where there is increased distrust in information, and where misinformation and hate speech are getting like very high on the agenda, UNESCO has also been like positioning itself as one of the organizations to tackle this issue and to really like step up the efforts on media and information literacy. Just one more to say that this is part of the larger work that we have been doing on information integrity and ensuring the information integrity. This is now even like one, I don't know if some of you have followed, but there is now in next week, starting in New York, the Summit for the Future. And the question of information integrity is very high on the agenda. It's one of the main chapters of this Summit for the Future. And within that, of course, the response is to guarantee information integrity are different fold. You have the question of the governance of digital platforms, and I'm sure this is something that will be discussed today. But you have also the issue of the user empowerment, notably through media and information literacy. So what I just wanted to remind here, and more as a practitioner, is the mission of UNESCO is defined in its regular program that is approved by member states. So the regular program of UNESCO defines on a regular basis, and it's something that is negotiated during quite some time, the direction of the work we are going to have, including for this new unit, that is the Unit for Media and Information Literacy. One of the main priorities for UNESCO when it comes to media and information literacy as a starting point is to make sure that member states are adopting media and information literacy policies and strategies, and that go, of course, beyond the integration of media and information literacy within informal and formal education, but this is now something that is going to be wide range and touch upon other areas than just education. Because as we just mentioned before, media information literacy is something that is needed for everyone. And I will just then explain you afterwards what we're doing that go beyond the work within schools and with youth organization. So second point is that, of course, the main priority after the development and support to member states for the development of media information literacy policies and strategies is to work on the integration of media information literacy into formal and informal education. Yesterday, it was very interesting to see, and it was referred a couple of times, the work that we have been doing as part of developing a new curricula. I mean, it's not so new anymore. It was released in 2021. But what I can say right now is that we have more than 32 member states that are currently working on adapting, localizing this curricula to the needs of their countries, and then working on the piloting within schools that include working on teachers training and then rolling this program within schools across the countries. I'm not going to give you a list, but we really see an increased interest of our member states across the world to do that work. I was just mentioning here, I had one example, like for instance, just like we have at the moment countries like Brazil, Cambodia, Kenya, South Sudan, but also Nigeria, that are really working on embedding as a compulsory component of the teacher training and for every student's media information literacy. So this is a really like positive trend, and we're working on that in order to ensure that we are developing as well some resources for these. I mean, for the colleagues, first of all, at UNESCO, we are not just in Paris, but we have a network of field offices across the world. And within this field office, we have colleagues that are actually in charge of developing and working with the different member states on the implementation of our MIL programs. So just to say, for instance, now we have released a couple of months ago, a couple of the whole curricula has been launched as a massive online course, which is an audio online course, and that is actually available in many languages and can be used as well for radio program, and that is much more, let's say, user-friendly than the big publication that we've had until now. Just also to say that when on point one is that we're also developing some resources targeting directly the member states and the policymakers. So we have developed in the past, for instance, a course for policymakers for them to understand the importance of developing MIL policies, but also to guide them in these efforts. This is, for instance, at the moment, something we're doing with the African Union that have expressed interest in developing a media information literacy strategy as part of their global AI strategy. And we have now a couple of experts working within African Union in developing this media information literacy strategy at continental level. Now, one thing I wanted to just talk about, because you will also have, I think, with Divina, more of a discussion in relation to generative AI. But this is one of the reasons at the moment where there is, in addition to disinformation and misinformation, there is an increased interest of anyone and everyone of the urgency to work on media information literacy because of the not because of the development of the technology, but in the very quick increased use of generative AI within use. So here, of course, is not a figure. This is a figure that is used by the education sector, but we speak about about use that is being connected, of course, because as was yesterday in one of the presentations, you still have, and it's important to remind that a big part of the population still is not connected. But we see within use an increased use of generative AI in their daily way of accessing information and in entertainment, for various reasons. And the UNESCO was publishing a couple of really interesting reports that I wanted to highlight here, and which I think is important to know about because they give really good concrete examples about the impact of generative AI on history, but also like in relation to gender bias. The first one is a publication that was released last. I can't remember when exactly, but it's quite recent. And it was showing with very concrete examples about some stories. For instance, just to give one, ChatGPT, if you enter, and I'm sure most of you have maybe heard about that, that was also a survey done by the LSE, that the same question, someone asked ChatGPT, please write me an evaluation for the work of Jane, and then asking who is, I don't know, project coordinator. Same question, exactly the same to ChatGPT without giving detail, give me an evaluation for the work of John. So the only thing that changed between the two requests was Jane or John. The results are completely different that was actually given by ChatGPT. In the case of John, John was a good manager, John was a good coordinator, etc. Whereas in the case of Jane, Jane is described in a way that she's like not as the manager. She's then she has all of these soft skills. So in this report, it really shows the systematic prejudices and gender bias when using ChatGPT, which I think are really important to keep in mind. And the other report is about the Holocaust and how AI and ChatGPT is actually rewriting history. Yesterday, Divina was giving some example of hallucination, and this is exactly the kind of examples that are being given here in this publication. So basically, like the rewriting of history, but not only, as well the oversimplification of history through ChatGPT. So you have really a couple of examples that are showing the risks and the challenges when using ChatGPT in the classrooms, for instance, and when you speak about Holocaust or when you have to teach history in relation to that. So I would really highly recommend to have those a look at those reports because they really give a very good overview of very concrete challenges that are connected to generative AI. And the reason I was saying this is because right now we have released as well within the unit a policy brief about AI, generative AI, and media and information literacy. But probably what we need to do in the coming months, and that's a direction and that's an objective, is to see how we can update this curricula that is right now being rolled out and implemented in these 32 countries, which had a chapter on AI, but actually this curricula was developed in 2021 at a time where ChatGPT and generative AI was not yet massively spread. It was the beginning. So it is changing, and one challenge for the unit is for us to step up with technology and to adapt and to make sure that we respond to the new challenges that at the moment are coming, I would say, in a speed that we sometimes do not expect. Like, that's why I wanted to start with that example at the beginning. I think this example of not for people not to trust images anymore is going to show the need for us to do some changes in the way we are talking about media information literacy, in the way we are with our students and educators talking about which priorities and to ensure the trust in the information ecosystem. And I really like this because in the Guardian in the UK they have adopted now a new media information literacy policy and strategy over summer, but they've also now changed their curricula. And what they were saying is that children will have to approach content with deep skepticism and maturity and apply the skills that historians and journalists apply in their daily work. We need policies that recognize media information literacy. And this was really a recent article, and it showed that this is not, we see an increasing number of news articles that are published on the urgent need to have much more media information literacy, and that it should be taught like mathematics. So this is something that is very important for the work of the unit, and really like explain why this program has been transformed in something bigger. What we also do is that we work quite a lot with supporting youth organizations, and this is something we've always done before, but we have now developed a new stream of work with youth organizations to help them integrate media information literacy as part of their daily work and their policies. So for that, we've realized that many of these youth organizations are lacking some guidance. So we are about to release, during the Global Media Information Literacy Week, a special toolkit for youth organizations to help them understand the importance of media information literacy as part of their daily activities, but also then help them develop these media information literacy policies so that they can really have a plan, a strategic plan about how to integrate it every day. And I think this is maybe something that we have now a new webpage where we have restructured the resources that are available. I think if you are studying media information literacy, it's important for you to know that, because we've really tried to clarify and to have to do a bit of a cleanup of our webpage to make our resources more accessible. And there are really a couple of events that we organize that we also need probably to increase the communication with universities and with youth network, so that these debates, for instance, that you see here on the screen, are getting bigger and more important. Right now, this is a youth debate series that was organized in May, and it was really popular and it was very nice. What was done was that we brought together a youth team that had to debate on one motion, on one sentence. So, for instance, AI is positive has a positive impact on freedom of expression. And each team had to work on different arguments for and against, and then there was a jury. And it was a very lively debate and a very good way of engaging with youth on this topic. So we will continue for sure, because this was something that was really very popular. We also work quite a lot. Yesterday I mentioned the work we do with Multimedia Newsroom, bringing together young journalists, but also news influencers to cover some of the conference of UNESCO, which as part of the work, we do include a training component so that everybody's on the same page what we're talking about on media and information literacy. So because of the success of these kind of programs, we are about to replicate them now increasingly. And what was a pilot in 2024 in Chile is something that will not be, I think that will come much more regular. One thing I wanted to speak about, because when our program, we speak a lot about youth, of course, and because in many countries, the targets and the majority of the population is youth. When we work on media information literacy in Africa, 50 to 60% of the population is youth. So there is a sense why youth is a priority. But what we've seen and what we've discovered, in particular during the time of COVID, is that this information is not something that is only being spread by younger generation, but also by the elderly. And that we need to define some new ways of managing to target and address this older population, especially those populations that have increased distrust in traditional media, and that get a lot of this information through WhatsApp and social messaging app. So how do you reach out to those kind of population? What we have right now is that we have two initiatives where we are working on. The first one is about lifelong learning. It's a work that we have initiated. We have a Category 2 center in Hamburg, that is the Institute for Lifelong Learning. And this Category 2 center, we have worked with them now for the past 6 months in developing a new online course for adults that is going to be launched. Actually, I received an email this morning on the 7th of November. And that will be a course for training the trainer for lifelong learning. In any case, this is like right now something where we will try to give some visibility, because we know that this is really something that needs where we need to increase our efforts. The other one is the concept of mill cities. That is not a new concept, but that's something that was launched already in 2018. And I know here that Felipe is here and has been very much involved in the development of this concept. The concept is wonderful because it's a way of promoting media information literacy learnings through physical and virtual urban spaces, be it integrated in the way cities are being designed and developed, and to how to actually make sure that the different services of a municipality can be all involved and working together in disseminating this learning, being in the transport, the entertainment, the libraries, universities, etc. The point is right now that we are about to, during the Global Meal Week, release a policy brief to explain precisely what is the concept of media information literacy cities. I know that many of you are, because you are specialists and you are following what UNESCO is doing, you know already probably, but a lot of member states will receive a lot of questions. What is it? Can you explain? It's not clear. But we also see an interest. So this policy brief is really about explaining what are we talking about? What are the concrete examples that could be done by a municipality in order to pilot the concept of mill cities? Now, what I also need to say is the creation of a city network is something that is very much controlled at UNESCO, but we have this platform of cities, and be it like the learning cities, the different ways of there are many different kind of networks of cities. At this moment, we don't have the endorsement of our member states to formalize this kind of network or to call it a network. So the designation process has not been going through the formal approval of our member states. So our objective right now is to gather as much as possible good examples, good practices and lessons that can make a case in 1 year, in the coming months, in order to explain and present the case to our member states, and say, okay, now we know that this is something that A, has interest, B, can work, C, also from our side to have a list of I believe there will also be some challenges that will be raised, etc. So we need to have this strategy presented then to our member states in order to achieve the formal creation of the network and the designation process. So this is in the making, but the good news, as I just mentioned, is that now during the Global Midweek, with the release of that policy brief, we hope to encourage as much as possible cities to take ownership of these policy brief, of these guidelines, and to test it and to share with UNESCO the lessons of that work. One point also I really wanted to mention here, and going back to the example of the beginning, is the work we do on user empowerment on digital platforms. I think this is something that we tend to not speak enough about. I spoke about information integrity at the beginning and the governance of digital platforms. One thing is that we can go back to the example I mentioned again, this phone app. One issue is that technology companies, platforms keep releasing new apps, new features without probably having the kind of a due diligence that was done in terms of what it means for the impact of people on people. And I sometimes have the feeling that the unit media information literacy is seen as we're here to stop the fire, build resilience, so we can keep having new technologies, new feature. It's fine because what we need to do is to build resilience of users. But I think the elephant in the room here is that we cannot put all the burden of these new technologies on users. There is at some point a limit where we also need to work on what it means user empowerment when we are digital platforms, because until now, when you speak to a digital platform, they will say, social media, we work with them. They will say, yes, we're doing it. We can train the user. But what we are saying right now is to shift a little bit the conversation and say, yes, that's very important. We need to build, and it will remain the core of our work. We need to build capacity of users. We need to empower them through training. But not only, we also now need to work on developing, on pushing and seeing how companies can develop technologies that by design empower the user. So, for instance, an example would be if you have a new feature like this one, the Google one that I mentioned again at the beginning, why is it not released with the feature that you have a kind of a watermarking that shows that this image was created with this button? I mean, these are simple features, the labeling, you have features that instead of developing some apps and tools and training for anyone to recognize and debunk and be able to distinguish between a fake photo and another one, you can also develop some technology that from the beginning empower the user to do this more quickly. So this is what we're working on right now with the development of an action plan on digital platform governance and the MIL component. So just to explain, it's also very important because maybe when you are studying media information literacy, you're not necessarily looking at what UNESCO is doing on information integrity, but I think the two are very much connected like right now. The work we do in my unit is very connected to the work we do in the other units that work on freedom of expression, regulation of platforms. In 2023, UNESCO has organized one of a very big conference that we called Internet for Trust, that was about gathering people across the world to speak about the governance of digital platforms, and also getting some inspiration of what was done in Europe with the Digital Services Act and having experts across the world about how are we going to work on preserving freedom of expression, but at the same time, countering hate speech and disinformation. And I insist on that because the core of our work is like, how can we address the issue of harmful content without compromising on freedom of expression, human rights? And this is really like the base. So we've worked for one of the biggest UN consultations that was organized during more than a year to come up with those guidelines for the governance of digital platforms. And these guidelines Of course, put forward some key principles, be human-centric, committed, human-centric, but also human rights centered regulation. They also speak about importance of accountability, transparency, all of these keywords. And everywhere in that document, there is a role that is given to every stakeholders on media and information literacy and ensuring user empowerment. But right now, we are in the situation where it's still quite unclear, because when you speak to everyone, that are all of these multi-stakeholder, right, involved in the governance of a platform, everyone take for granted that empowerment of users mean capacity building only, training of users. And we say yes, but not only. This cannot be just the only solution. We need to work on something else. So this is really something that we expect to finalize by the end of the year, and to have a clear action plan for every stakeholders in relation to what are we talking about when we speak about user empowerment on digital platforms. And I think I'm going beyond time, but just to say, like, again, just to invite you to have a look at the new webpage that we have, because we have right now really made some efforts in increasing awareness and developing more materials to spread learnings on media information literacy. We've been collaborating quite a lot with digital platforms, including social media platforms like TikTok and Meta. We're going to do a big campaign right now with Global Media Information Literacy Week that will target, I mentioned yesterday, content creators and influencers. And there is like, with them, for instance, we've been invited in their gathering, global gathering of influencers, to present the work we do on media information literacy. So we have like video explainer. We've started working as well on podcasts, so trying to find different ways of spreading this materials that we have on media information literacy. And just to finish, just to say, some of the big works that are still like ahead of us for the unit is to start working on strengthening our networks. We have huge networks, be it the Media Information Literacy Alliance or the Academic, the MILIT networks of university, like we are here today on that. We will for sure work on a strategy about how to reinforce and make sure that the work of universities and academia is really feeding in the work of the unit, and how this can really like reinforce the sharing of good lessons, best practices. But I say we're just pretty new. The unit was like the recruitment of the unit staff just finished earlier 2 weeks ago in September. So as you can see, there is like still a lot of work ahead of us, but we have a lot of plans. And I just wanted also to mention that apart from the Global Media Information Literacy Week, we will release in a month this course for digital content creators and journalists. I'm not going to go back about yesterday. I already explained how we've developed it and how this was done. But just to conclude and to invite you to register and to at least participate in the online webcast of the Global Media Information Literacy Week that will take place in Jordan. The theme of this year is going to be on the new gatekeepers of public interest information, that are the influencers and generative AI, and how this is impacting the new information ecosystem, the impact on information integrity, and what are the solutions for media information literacy here to adapt to this new ecosystem. So it's going to be really, I think, fascinating. We have already one session that will present this new ecosystem with these new gatekeepers. We will have a session really dedicated to influencers. We have some of the biggest influencers that are coming. For instance, one that is Felipe Neto, that has more than 60 million followers just on Instagram. I mean, any media, traditional news media outlet would dream of having such an audience. And so that will come and explain the need for them to be supported and to be like empowered with media information literacy skills. And we will have one session that is dedicated to generative AI and how this is also changing the game. And on the second day, we will have two sessions, which I think as well are going to be very exciting. One of them is about media information literacy in time of crisis. Because right now what we see is that in context with an increasing number of conflicts around the world, we also see a request for us to do media information literacy in this kind of environments. Now, needless to say that developing and rolling out program on media information literacy in crisis environment is something that is also need to be carefully considered. Also because of some of the risks. We see that, as you know, information is something that is, there is a disinformation warfare. And so information is being manipulated and used for conflict. And we need to also ensure that media information literacy is not becoming a counter-propaganda tool. So there are challenges that are really related to the use of media information literacy in crisis context, and how can you effectively deliver media information literacy in a context where kids are out of school, in a context where internet is blocked. Like there are really serious questions that you can ask yourself about being efficient in such environments. So there will be one session dedicated to that, with colleagues from Ukraine, from Sudan, from yeah, I don't remember, maybe Ethiopia. Anyway, the program is still being prepared. And then there will be a session for launching this policy brief on media information literacy cities. So thank you so much for your attention, really, and happy to respond to some questions later on. I think I took too much time, I'm sorry. Very much.
Good morning. I want to thank the organisers for the kind invitation to present at this important conference on mis and disinformation, and offer my apologies that I can't be there with you. I wish you a really fruitful discussion. This morning I will talk to you about the European Commission's work in this area, focusing on the perspective of the Joint Research Centre, which is where I work. So just to give an overview of what I'll speak about for the next 20 minutes or so, I'll give you an overview, first of all, of the role of the JRC in the European Commission. I'll then give you some high-level examples of actions that the European Commission is taking with respect to mis and disinformation. Then I'll look more specifically at the work of the Joint Research Centre, or JRC, focusing in particular on the Digital Competence Framework for Citizens, or DigComp for short. I'll give you some examples of how DigComp supports the development of competence to fight mis and disinformation. And I'll also talk a little bit about what we plan to do next with DigComp. And finally, I'll give you maybe 2 or 3 reflections on potential areas for research in this area. So first of all, the role of the JRC. Our mission is science for policy. And what we do is we provide independent evidence-based knowledge and science, supporting EU policies to positively impact society. So it's important to note that the role of the JRC is to support policy making. We don't actually draft the policies ourselves. So we work with the policy directorates such as education, employment, and so on, to enable them to develop their policies by providing them with high quality evidence and research. I work in Seville, in Spain. There are other sites of the Joint Research Centre in Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands, and Italy as well. I'm working in Spain, and I work in a team which is examining the general theme of digital education and skills. We look at skills and competences for the twin transition, taking a lifelong learning perspective. And our work at the moment covers 4 different strands. We firstly work to identify and measure digital and green skills, as well as identifying competence needs and gaps in those areas. Secondly, we look at how AI is affecting the job market through impacts such as algorithmic management and the platformization of work. The third area we look at is that we examine implications of new digital technologies, including AI, in education and training. And we also take a look at digital well-being in this strand. And finally, we support and evaluate education and training policy in connection to the twin transition. So again, as I mentioned, the Joint Research Centre is just one part of the European Commission. So I wanted to maybe take a look more broadly at what the Commission is doing to support the fight against mis and disinformation. On this slide and the next one, there are just some examples. There is other work going on as well. And I want to mention also that the organisers will share this presentation with you so that if you come across any information that you're interested in, you can click on those links to find out more. So the European Commission acknowledges that large-scale disinformation campaigns are a really big challenge in Europe. And the key here is that they believe, the Commission believes, that a coordinated response is necessary. So all of these actions on this slide are examples of how this is being achieved. So the first example is the Action Plan Against Disinformation, and its purpose is to help strengthen EU capability in this area and cooperation. The second example is a European Democracy Action Plan, and this plan describes guidelines for obligations and accountability of online platforms with respect to disinformation. There's also a strengthened code of practice on disinformation. There was a previous code and it was strengthened in 2022. And this code brings a wide set of actors together to undertake commitments on a voluntary basis to tackle disinformation. And the final example is an observatory, the European Digital Media Observatory, or the EDMO for short. And this is a hub that has several functions, again, bringing various actors together. So for example, it maps fact-checking organizations, it supports and coordinates research, there is a public portal for practitioners, and there's also support for public authorities for policy monitoring in this area. Now, this slide gives another example of work at the European Commission level. So in 2022, a set of guidelines for teachers and educators on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy was published. So as you can guess by the title, there is a dual focus of these guidelines. One is tackling misinformation and the other is promoting digital literacy. So the guidelines really focus on enabling teachers and students to use digital technologies responsibly. And the guidelines provide practical advice on how to tackle questions such as, how can we encourage young people to think critically and fact check information? How can learners understand the various dimensions of disinformation, such as ethical and economic? And how is it possible to identify deep fakes? So I've put the link to the guidelines there, and there is also a short informational video in case you would like to watch it. I'll now move into the work that is more specific to the Joint Research Centre. And I'm going to talk mainly about DigComp, the Digital Competence Framework for Citizens. I look after this file, and I'll actually take you back a little bit in time so we can see where the framework is coming from. So back in 2006, and again revised in 2018, we have these council recommendations. So these are guidelines and suggestions for member states to follow with respect to a particular topic. So these council recommendations on lifelong learning, they really aim to promote the idea of competence-oriented education rather on a lifelong learning perspective. And in these council recommendations, there are 8 key competences defined and described, and digital competences among them. In response to these recommendations, the JRC has, and the Council of Europe as well, have developed a range of reference frameworks which describe the competences in these 8 key areas. And all of the frameworks are developed through a consultative and participatory consensus building process. So as I said, DigComp is among one of the 8 key competences, and the definition of digital competence is shown on this slide. It involves the confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning at work and participation in society. Now, it's probably in linking this to policy, it's relevant as well to note that there is a significant digital decade policy program that the EU has, and the Commission is examining various targets to see how these are being met. So there is one of target in this digital decade program in relation to basic digital skills, and the target for 2030 is that 80% of citizens across all of the EU will have at least basic digital skills. And at the moment, we're just on 54%, so we have some way to go. So we can see that there is a need to support the member states and other agencies to help us achieve this goal. Now, the framework has undergone several iterations. In fact, the first version of the framework was published in 2013, and we are now at the fourth version, which was published in 2022. So there's quite a long time span of the framework, and each time the core aspect of the framework hasn't changed, but each time it has been developed, updated, and improved in response to policy and stakeholder need. So I'll focus now on the DigComp 2.2 iteration of the framework, which is the most recent one published in 2022. The DigComp framework has many applications, and as I mentioned, because it's over 10 years old now, it's very widely used. It's used in pretty much all EU member states and beyond. We have examples of it being used in countries like Ukraine, Albania, Macedonia. It's used by large international organizations such as UNESCO. UNESCO's digital literacy framework draws from DigComp. The OECD also references it, and Eurostat uses the framework conceptually for its work on monitoring digital skills. So it's a very widely used framework at many levels. So I suppose at the most general level, the advantages of using a framework like DigComp is that it promotes shared understanding among various actors. So there's a common language, there's a common terminology, and a common structure. So at a general level, it can be used to guide policy and strategy development. And also moving into more granular applications, it is used to guide curriculum, education, and training development. And then moving even to a more detailed level, it can be used to guide things like assessment and certification. So there are many different applications of the framework. The structure of DigComp 2.2 is shown on this slide. It is described along a number of dimensions. The first dimension is competence area. So there are 5 competence areas, and these describe broad content areas of the framework. Then dimension 2 has competences, which there are 21 of these, and these are sub-content areas of the framework. Dimension 3 then describes proficiency levels, which describe the level of proficiency at which a competence can be executed, and they reflect a combination of complexity, autonomy, and cognitive domain or cognitive processing. Then the fourth dimension are concrete examples of knowledge, skills, and attitudes that are associated with each competence. And this is the new element of the framework, DigComp 2.2. And then dimension 5 is examples of how DigComp can be used in education and employment contexts. So I'll go very quickly through the dimensions in a little more detail, just so you can see how they look. So here we have dimensions 1 and 2. And it's funny because some people who aren't familiar with this framework, or maybe haven't worked much in the area of digital skills or digital competence, they tend to think of digital skills as sort of technical. So maybe things like using spreadsheets or formatting Word documents. But in fact, the DigComp framework and many other frameworks like it show a much broader picture of what is meant by digital competence. So the 5 competence areas are information and data literacy, communication and collaboration, digital content creation, safety and problem solving. And as you can see on the slide, each of those 5 areas is split into slightly more detailed competences. The framework, as I said, is very broad. It even includes things like protecting health and well-being, protecting the environment, and creative problem solving. So very transversal framework. Here is a picture of dimension 3, the proficiency levels, and users of the framework can apply the proficiency levels, either 4 levels, foundation, intermediate, advanced, and highly specialized, or if they're making more granular use of the framework, for example, for assessment, they can use the framework at the more detailed 8 proficiency level. And as I mentioned, the proficiency levels describe a progression of competence which combines complexity, autonomy, and cognitive domain or cognitive process. So how is the DigComp framework updated for version 2.2? Well, as I mentioned, it now includes about 250, in fact, I think it's 259 examples of knowledge, skill, and attitudes to help education and training providers update their DigComp curriculum and course material to face the emerging challenges. So the updates can be described along 3 themes. So the first one is to take account of recent and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and recent phenomena such as datafication, as well as we now have a lot of remote and hybrid working and learning. There is also an ever increasing need to address green and sustainability aspects of digital technologies, and this is reflected in DigCom 2.2 as well. And finally, and this is probably of most interest to people here this morning, citizens need to be able to fact check online content. So there's an increased focus on information literacy, as well as an awareness of the opportunities and risks presented by technologies such as AI. So I'll look now in a little more detail at one of the competences, one of the 21 competences in the DigComp 2.2 framework, which is of most relevant to mis and disinformation. And it is competence 1.2, evaluating data, information, and digital content. So according to the description in the framework, what is involved in this competence is being able to analyze, compare, and critically evaluate the credibility and reliability of both sources of data, information, and content, and the content itself. So I have just some examples here on the slide. There are more examples in the full publication. So, for example, under this competence, if somebody is competent in this area, they will understand the difference between mis and disinformation. They will be aware of potential information biases and that these are caused by various factors. They will be aware that AI algorithms may be configured to provide a commercial or political message. And they will be aware that AI systems themselves and their data may include biases, and so on. So you can see the examples of skill and attitude. And probably for me anyway, the most important skill here, or the most important item on the slide, is the first skill there, knowing how to analyze and critically evaluate search results and social media activity streams to identify origin, try to distinguish fact from opinion, and determine the truthfulness of information. So, as you well know, the world of digital evolves very fast. So we are already working on another update of DigComp, and I just wanted to talk briefly about that. So we expect to publish DigComp 3.0 at the end of next year. And this will further incorporate recent and emerging trends and priorities. Now, a key element of the update is called the DigComp Learning Outcomes Project, and the aim of this project is to develop learning outcomes and supporting material for applications of the framework in a variety of contexts. So some of you may not know what learning outcomes are, so I've put a definition up there. So they are statements of what a learner knows, understands, and is able to do on completion of a learning process. How are we doing this? Well, what we did was we issued an invitation for submissions for people who may already have developed learning outcomes on the basis of DigComp. And in fact, we received 50 responses for that. So we have that information. We are also undertaking a scoping literature review. We are taking input from experts. We have convened a DigComp expert review group, and we are undertaking stakeholder consultation. So at the moment, we're working quite closely with the experts, and then during the first half of next year, we'll move towards more stakeholder consultation. Some people ask, well, why are you developing learning outcomes? Well, it's a strategic and I think practical reason for doing so. Learning outcomes are embedded in policies and related activities all across Europe. So there's a very high political buy-in to these, and also that their utility and usefulness has been proven in a range of areas. So just some examples of how they're used. They can first shape teaching and learning practices and also guide curriculum development and revision. They also form a key reference point for recognition and validation of non-formal education and training. They play a central role in qualification frameworks, and they're also used to support skills intelligence analysis. Now, on the right-hand side of this slide, I've put from the literature and the expert consultations what is emerging as priorities for DigComp 3. And what will be of interest to this group is the fact that misinformation is being highlighted as a key priority, along with critical digital literacies, AI, data and computational literacy, also digital well-being, and then very important aspects in relation to human-centric approaches such as ethics, rights and privacy, and finally cybersecurity. These elements will all be strengthened in the new DigComp 3.0 framework. So maybe just a few concluding remarks about research. And I was very much inspired by a paper I read recently by Budak et al. So the link for the paper is there. It's an open access paper. So clearly misinformation and disinformation have multiple negative impacts, and we need to be concerned about them. However, like with any complex social phenomenon, further research on the topic would be needed. And Budak et al. Highlight three areas in their paper. So the first one is they point out that the consumption of misinformation tends to be, this is the evidence that's available, but it looks like it's consumed by certain subgroups of the population, not more broad, rather than more broadly across the population in general. So they suggest to look further at where exposure to and consumption of problematic content is most concentrated and why. The second area is this narrative that probably we've seen that suggests that there's a simple cause-effect relationship between the role of algorithms and social media and exposure to problematic content. So Budak et al. Suggests that the relative influence of these of social media in exposure would be worth looking at, because, as I said, the reality is likely to be more complex. And thirdly, it is the case that most of the research in this area is coming out of the US and Europe. And it would be really good to see more research coming from other geographic areas in order for us to begin to see perhaps which elements of mis and disinformation seem to be possibly culturally and geographically independent, and which are more closely tied to regional, geographic, cultural and social variations. So the final slide I've put in the deck is just some resources in case any of you are interested in finding out more about DigComp. The JRC has a dedicated web space for DigComp. And there's also a very lively community of practice, which is hosted by All Digital, and everybody is welcome to join that. And thirdly, there are some inspiring examples of how DigComp is used, and that's available on the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. And of course, if you have any queries about DigComp, you are very welcome to send an email to the address shown at the bottom of this slide. Many thanks for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Ms. Agostopoulou. It's a pleasure to talk about very interesting topics. This is quite interesting topic concerning freedom of expression on the internet and the impact of the DSA, which is a new regulation of the European Union on this right, which is very important. As the previous speaker also mentioned, there are many efforts by various actors to promote disinformation. And since especially young people have a very minimum media literacy, it has become very easy to promote misinformation on the internet, particularly in social networking sites. And that is the reason, because the reason that social networking sites have adopted certain practices to restrict internet content which might be unlawful. By doing so, however, they also restrict the freedom of expression, and we have a lot of examples, starting from the suspension of President Trump's account on Twitter, which is now called X. And so there are lots of complaints about this behavior of content providers of intermediary services. So that is become an interesting topic to talk about. So certainly what we face today is that we have the so-called VLOPs, very large online platforms, and one category of very large online platforms are the social networking platforms, which function as channels of communication of users' opinions, of users' content. And what is also worth mentioning is that the modern digital platforms, in practice, what they do is to replace the classic media. So many users today, many people today, don't watch TV, and also they do not even read online newspapers, but they get informed, they receive information about news information from digital platforms, where you can read everything. So if I suppose you are also users of these platforms, and there you can read blogs. You can read also prominent media, like you can read about like BBC, news from the BBC or from other media outlets, but you can also read false information, misinformation from blogs and very dubious sites. So in order to face this, the social media platforms in practice function as gatekeepers to information. So if you try to disseminate news or opinions, you would have to face this, that there are the gatekeepers, and without their approval, so to say, you cannot publish anything. Of course, the social media today is a platform for spreading fake news and misinformation, while they are pursuing various tasks like, for example, economic influence. They try to assert economic influence, political influence, or other experiences. So, of course, the internet in general is a media, is a platform for which has a function as media, and it can be used by users who are anonymous, and there are, of course, no national borders. The internet is an international network, so it's a fertile ground for the spread of hate speech. So while otherwise it's very difficult to spread hate speech propaganda, and traditional media would not publish such views, hate speech views, but on the internet it's very easy to publish this kind of speech. Certainly, freedom of expression is crucial to democracy, and it's a part of the constitutional order of every modern state today, and also it's enshrined in international legal instruments. So it's very important. Is perhaps is the most important right for the functioning of democracy, and that's why it has been recognized by the Court of the European Court of Human Rights as a so-called public watchdog. So it has been recognized that the press plays this role, which means that it's essential for every democratic state to have a free, independent, and diverse media, mass media, in order for democracy to function. Recently, we had the European Media Freedom Act, which strengthens the role of the press in our societies. So this should also be taken into account, since it is also very important for media. Certainly, we have lots of international legal acts, such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and Article 10 of the Human Rights Act. These are international legal acts which establish their freedom or the right to freedom of expression. And also we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. But nevertheless, we have certain restrictions of the right to freedom of expression, such as the Council Framework Decision 2008, but also the additional protocol to the Convention on Cybercrime of 2003. On the basis of these regulations, countries like Greece in the EU have put forward legislation which criminalizes hate speech, something that the Americans wouldn't do, but on the EU, it's something which is ordinary, but it's a commonplace that criminalization of hate speech is important. So regarding the digital platforms, the ordinary media laws do not apply directly. And that's because the legal status of digital platforms regard the platforms as neutral. So there is a neutrality status for digital platforms, starting from the law on the Communications Decency Act, which has been actually scrutinized by the Supreme Court in USA. And so it relied on the information, on the freedom of information content providers. And following such regulations, we have in the EU, we have the directive on electronic commerce. So that's one of the first legal acts on the EU, the directive on electronic commerce, which was enacted in 2000. And it is still valid, it's still in force. There are some amendments only by the DSA. This has established a basic functioning level for digital platforms and websites and e-commerce websites. And actually, the directive provides certain rules which are regarded as safe harbor rules for internet intermediaries. So it has it provides that internet service providers have no liability for content posted by users. So this was very important for the development of e-commerce and internet websites and platforms. And it has introduced this status of no liability. Basically, there is no liability for internet content providers, for internet providers, if they act as intermediaries. And there are three three things mentioned here. It's the conduit of information, caching of information, and most importantly, hosting of information, for which there is no liability of internet intermediaries. So the Americans and the European regulations on the liability of internet intermediaries have contributed not just to an asylum for internet intermediaries, but it contributed to the development of various information services. So the internet has developed very fast, very quick, and it has been diversified. We have lots of different services, and we can say that all this development of the internet is due to such rules which do not impose a strict liability regime on internet activities. And we see by that we have new kinds of services developed. We have, for example, different various diversified social networking services, but also we have services which are very innovative, like, for example, the collaborative economy, like this Airbnb and such services. And there's always ground for developing new internet services. And this is all due to the neutrality status adopted. However, this neutral status has been put under scrutiny, and we have new rules which have been adopted by case law this time. So case law, such as the Delphi case by the European Court of Human Rights, put forward the idea that internet service providers may be neutral, but they also have a duty to care. And they should bring forward mechanisms for the removal of unlawful content. So this is something new from the previous decade. Apart, it's not just international law, also national law, such as the German case law, put forward the same idea that there is a duty there is an obligation by the internet intermediaries to remove internet content. So this neutral status have been shifted actually, or become diversified. From the part of the data protection, we have the so-called right to be forgotten, which also means that providers like Google, like internet search services providers, they cannot rely on the neutral status, but they should respond to requests by users to delete content from their platforms. In order to deal with these obligations, the obligations which been actually recognized by case law, it has been the first idea was to put forward self-regulation. There were lots of efforts to do that. We had, and there was an agreement in 2016 of the Commission together with Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Microsoft, and TikTok. So they have been, these companies have agreed to put in forward procedures to review notifications about unlawful content. There is also a code of practice on disinformation, which has also been agreed upon by these big platforms. But certainly self-regulation does not function so very well, we might say. What's peculiar is a new initiative by Facebook, which is the creation of the oversight board. This is a kind of a court, like a constitutional court, which deals with complaints about restrictions of the right to freedom of expression. This is recently created, and it is made up of 20 experts, international experts, and this is independent from Facebook. And there have been, they say that it functions actually very good. But certainly also this kind of judicial, so to say, institution cannot, it's like a private court, so yeah, actually, but this can also not solve the problem of moderation of content. In Germany, there was a law was passed in 2017, which is the precursor of the DSA regulation. So this was the first attempt to use hard law, which provides for fines against platforms who do not comply with moderation rules, and they spread hate speech content. So accordingly, subsequently, we had the regulation for digital services, which is now in force, and that's what it is to say. It should be highlighted that it's a regulation which is now in force. So it didn't take a lot of time to make it operational, and it started to work. And there are opinions produced by the EU Commission, which is the guardian of this regulation. So the regulation is expanding the previous directive on e-commerce, and defines very precise rules regarding the obligations of digital platforms providers. And what is most important is that we have the notice and action procedures in case there is unlawful content. Then we can there is this kind of procedure initiated, which leads to the takedown of to the removal of unlawful information. And there are rules which did not exist in the e-commerce directive. Now we have rules on the removal of unlawful information. Certainly, there are other very interesting regulations, such as the verification of information We have the trusted flaggers, for example, which is something new. And this is like a private initiative, which now is regulated by law. So there are rules on transparency. There are rules on advertising, on the rules on the algorithms employed by the digital platforms. So it's a quite modern regulation that will change the landscape today. We have rules like such as the rules in the e-commerce directive. We have rules on the liability of internet service providers, and particular specific rules concerning the awareness of illicit content, and where there is an order by a judicial or administrative authority. Then we have a new instrument, which is the order. Like for a court, courts might provide such orders. And most importantly, we have the notice and action mechanisms. What is also important here is in case there are restrictions imposed, there should be a statement of reasons. So if you are a user of social networking sites, you may have been the victim, so to say, of such a removal of information. And then maybe you have noticed that there is a kind of reasoning for the removal decision. So from my part, I have seen that some posts have been removed, and the justification used was that it's like a spam, that by posting something, I have tried to gain more audience. So that was the justification of the removal. And I learned from other users that they receive similar justifications. I suppose it's a very general type of justification for the removal of information in Facebook. Twitter is more liberal, I suppose. There is also internal complaint handling system. So there are moderators working for such companies. More trusted flaggers, as I mentioned, are regulated. These are services of private people who verify information or mention that certain posts, certain news are fake. So maybe you have seen that in Greece. We have the internet hoaxes, which flag information as fake news. There are content regulation mechanisms in modern online platforms. And these mechanisms, which sometimes they use algorithms. So since there are 1 billion users in Facebook, for example, it is impossible for all this information posted to be checked or verified by humans. So the platforms use AI, use artificial intelligence algorithms. And by doing so, they have been criticized because since they use a regime of private censorship. So it's not a legislative It's not provided by law, but they use their own rules to censor information. But even if we don't subscribe to this opinion, to this criticism, we can say for sure that the policies that these networking sites use is actually very vague. I have read them carefully, and I have noticed that the policies are very vague, and so you could never be sure whether a post actually violates the rules, or, for example, what is nudity, which information can be classified as nude or sexual activity. It has been said that even a photograph of a famous statue or famous painting was removed because it was regarded as nude by algorithms. So there are quite there is this problem that we have these kinds of restrictions of the right to freedom of expression. Certainly, there are legitimate restrictions whenever there is hate speech, and when I say hate speech, it's not only on cases like denial of Holocaust, but hate speech is also when somebody uses language which diminishes the role of women, for example. Or is sexist speech and so on. So such restrictions may be regarded as lawful, but still there are restrictions which are not very clear. And with that, this may also contribute to the filter bubble, which is a phenomenon that has been recognized, that we experience today in these platforms. So, of course, such moderation rules are indispensable. Why are they indispensable? Because as users of such platforms, we expect to navigate in a safe environment, in an environment where there is no hate speech. And so hate speech and similar unlawful activities should be on the focus and should be restricted, actually. But we should be very careful with imposing such regulations. And certainly the participation of users in public debate, which take place today in social media, you notice that every day, that even if you turn on the news on TV, you listen there are reports about what have been discussed in social media, in Twitter and Facebook. So we see, for example, there was a famous politician which mentioned that poor people may still, if they become politicians, but the rich people may not. So we heard about such stupid things sometimes, and people discuss this in social media.
When was the last revolution we had that deployed knowledge? Remember? Renaissance, more precisely the Enlightenment, which is to say a moment where everything written became democratized. Printing press, books, manuals, novels, romance, trash, all of it. Exactly what we're seeing online at the moment. You have news, Wikipedia, trash, disinformation, same thing. Do you call that period between the Renaissance and the end of the 20th century, do you call it the paper area? The paper era? No, you don't. So why do we call this era the digital era? Because that's not what is significant. What's significant is the content, not the support. We humans, we've used support all the time. Turtle bones, drawings in caves, etc. You don't talk about it that way. What's important is the content and what conveys the information, what communicates the information and the information. So please be careful, because this confusion is in favor of the corporations and of those companies that today have no interest in promoting knowledge and furthering information. They want you to be consumers of trash. You think that you're contributing and you're creative online because TikTok allows you to put a mustache on you sometimes. That's not creative. It makes you dependent and a consumer of stupid content. It prevents you from making up your own mind and your own images. So be careful. I know you're here because you're aware, but you now have to find also the means to react. And so whenever you see the blurring of the notion of media and information by, oh, digital, oh, internet, etc., come back to what a lot of us in our generation have thought to put on the agenda. And the agenda is not just media literacy, which is the term still used in Europe. It's media and information literacy, and that's a term emphasized by UNESCO. UNESCO tries to think beyond Europe. So be on the defensive, be on the attack. Because a few years ago, media and information literacy was going to disappear. Conversation was about coding, train everybody to code. And then, of course, we had 2016, we had the elections, we had disinformation, and now we have to deal with several cyber wars that are digital wars. So stay concentrated on what's the valuable part here is information. It doesn't give you knowledge. Knowledge is you. You have to build knowledge, but you need good quality information that you can trust to make your opinion and to make your knowledge, both. So that's the stake. And on top of that, of course, now we have AI, right? A new media that creates new media, as I was saying yesterday, synthetic media. So I'm going to go quickly. This PowerPoint, of course, will be at your disposal. I'm going to go quickly through several elements of the PowerPoint, if I can only advance. No, it's okay. I'm advancing. So I'll just recapitulate. AI is good in the sense that it makes us think male again. It's again with disinformation is the two sort of ground defining processes at the moment that actually we have to endorse. But it is all about who controls. Where is our human agency? And the platforms are not going to tell you that you have agency. And some politicians are not going to tell you that you have agency. So you have to be aware. But independent decision making, because you have quality information, is what you need. And so what I wanted to show you is that AI has been with us for a while, and we're panicking about it, and it's been with us for a while. And at the moment, we're being victims of myths. Once more, the myth about AI is it's intelligent. I'm going to show you that it's not. That it is based on our brain and is better than our brain. Can you see how this is very dangerous to believe that your brain is not good? This is very toxic. This is unacceptable. Fear-mongering. And these very people who produce AI are now telling us we're going to die. It's an existential risk. There's going to be a mega supra intelligence that is going to be so much more intelligent than us that we are going to die. And as a result, there's an arms race between who is going to develop that supra intelligence so as to be able to kill all the others. Isn't that a nice scenario? So let's keep cool. There's two kinds of AI. One AI which is weak, and we've been living with it for a long time. It's the little chatbot that you have. It's what allows you to say, "Hey Siri." You notice that she's a girl. Anyway, "Hey Siri," this kind of thing. That one exists has been existing, and now we have an AI which is stronger, but is based on a huge storage power that can deal with a lot of data and can therefore, without our permission ever being asked, can deal with faces, voices, etc. Where was our intelligence when this was being done? I'm going to pass on this one, but just to show you that the big change at the moment with the AIs is that they are learning from social media. They're not learning from encyclopedias, they're learning from your trash, from your unimportant conversations that you're exchanging online because you want them to be unimportant. They're your conversations with friends. You're allowed to do that. Why should the AI pretend to have an emotion, to feel like you because it says, "Oh, yeah, great, cool," this is what it's trained to do when you talk to her. Okay, so the first one among you who speaks to ChatGPT and says, "ChatGPT, please, could you draw me a picture?" First among you who says, "Please," think again. And those among you who says, "Thanks," think again. This is a machine. Politeness doesn't work with machines. But pay attention to yourselves and what you're doing when you're using these machines. In any case, we are moving towards synthetic media. Therefore, because these are a new type of media made from zero reality. They're made out of images made by AIs with editorial control by AIs. At the moment, they are mostly designed to capture advertising and advertising money, or, unfortunately, to create disinformation, especially in the case of China. So be extremely careful with this synthetic media, but they are going to grow. And there might be good ones, but they still remain to be invented. So be on the watch out. When I was asked by UNESCO to do a policy brief on mail and AI, because I had written a paper on that and saying, well, this is within the remit of mail, media literacy can deal with AI. We don't need to create yet another discipline, yet another literacy, yet another confusion with digital, whatever. Let's start from what we know and know how to make. I told myself, how do I go about policy? And you're policy people. So I told myself, I go to research, I go to evidence, and I look in a cool way, what are the opportunities? What are the risks? Before I believe the AI people who say we are in an existential risk, I need to think. We need to think. of where we want AI to go, especially now that it has already gone without us. And so you can have AI very creatively produce faces that you can use for instance, your courses, if you want to have an avatar, you're a professor, or you can use it China way, of course, for surveillance and massive surveillance. So I've summed up here, and there's no footnote, excuse me, but because if I did it, I would have 1,000 footnotes. So I had to summarize the major trends in research. And you see that I've organized them in policy areas and in media literacy responses. It's a little bit moved on the top. So in terms of opportunities, there's more opportunities for information search and access, there's social media participation, there's those synthetic media that can be creative, there's speech to text and all these translations that normally should make it very inclusive. I mean, you should be listening to me in English and hearing it in Greek. And that's the aim, and why not? Because that way it really resonates in your own language. There's always a loss in translation. And then there's a cross-referencing, you can participate, you can annotate text, etc. And you see that in terms of policy areas, but are the UNESCO areas, but also each government, each state, they are very different. You have some that are about freedom of expression, others about accessibility, others about cultural diversity, others about intercultural dialogue, etc. But it's important to sort it out, not to think that this is a mess and I can't have any action. If you're a specialist of intercultural dialogue, you go to, oh, this is what I want, speech to text, text to images. How can this improve intercultural dialogue? It's a tool, okay? And in media literacy, it translates in competences about ensuring diversity in search. Don't depend on a single search engine. Don't depend on a single LLM. In terms of the accessibility issue, the translation issue, facilitate critical analysis of these messages, etc. So you see how I was working? And I recommend whenever you're asked to intervene in policy and to think about risks and opportunities that way. And in education, of course, information search, synthetic media, etc., are going to also empower us. We hope. That's for the opportunities. Let's move to the risks. Existential proliferation. Remember that one? Okay. In fact, we're seeing a geopolitical competition. The Chinese and the Americans need a ton of money invested so that they can be even more competitive on AI. And the Americans are losing out. So what you're hearing when OpenAI and all these moguls in Hollywood say, oh, we are at risk, what they mean is we, Hollywood, are at risk because the Chinese have now poured tons of billions of money for the next 30 years. And if we don't get more money, we are going to lose out. Guess what? The panic worked. They got more money, tons of more money, and tons of more data. Risks for us, especially in Europe, where we have no platform of our own, no AI system of our own, and ask yourselves why. We are in a situation of monopoly and concentration, meaning we are totally dependent for the moment on American AI, American media, American platforms that we consider as user-friendly. You've noticed that China has not been sharing theirs. And when they do, we're suspicious. And TikTok, we think, is stealing data and they're taking it to China. So we're in a very bizarre situation where we are captured, all of us. So we're going to do what? Stand and sit? Anyway, so be careful because this requires a lot of concentration, a lot of your attention to protest the situation the way now California is protesting the situation, the American Congress is protesting the situation, and the way, and you know, the EU is trying to prevent the situation with the AI Act, the DSA Act, and the SMA Act that we just talked about with your professor of law. Anyways, but look at all the other risks. Disinformation already existed. It's going to become even less detectable. Algorithmic bias, same thing. Racism, social manipulation, and these are the policy areas at risk. And so you see that we have again freedom that is in danger, that we have competition, markets that are in danger, etc. So you understand the logic. And in education, of course, the risks for us are pseudoscience. And we're going to have self-poisoning of AI by itself, producing garbage that we are going to use and consider as real science. So critical situation. And I've taken this picture. I don't have an English translation, I'm sorry, because this analysis of opportunities and risks that I have made, of course, with some colleagues in Europe, we have done it too. And that's produced the AI Act. And what we do in the AI Act is that we have several levels of risks. I said to you yesterday, those who were here, politicians, opportunities, they don't listen to it. They let the market run with them. Risk, they are compelled to ask because parents, because seniors are going to say we need to protect young people, etc., etc. This protective position that we are all using. So the AI Act is only about risks. And it has several levels of risk. It has the highest unacceptable, which is to say that in the EU, you cannot develop, for instance, mass surveillance a la Chinese way. It's forbidden. Then there is a sort of elevated risk that is more about employment bias, sorting. It's about policing, surveillance in specific cases when there is, for instance, the risk of terrorism, etc. Then there is a limited risk to the user, and it's usually about being more transparent about what's done with the data. And then there is a minimal risk, which is considered due to you yourself and to what could happen that is not planned. Of course, in education, we know that we can use that level, minimal risk. The others are much more complicated and they're more societal. But that starts creating a common vision in the EU that we are hoping will have what's called the Brussels effect, because the EU, the 27, have accepted it, and we are a big mass of countries with means. A lot of allied countries adopt them. So here we are we go often from 27 countries to about 100 that will adjust their policies like ours. So that makes America listen, makes China listen. So this is why we push for that shared vision, and often that's why the EU and UNESCO work together, because we are the two sort of entities that are the closest to paying attention to human rights and protection of users and consumers. So that's why it's easy to work together in media literacy, etc. So what I propose in terms of policy is not to create a new discipline of digital or AI literacy, but to give male data literacy, algo literacy, which it is already doing, and add AI literacy. Why? Because as Ekaterina was saying, teachers are not trained. You are not trained. And people who are not trained, they don't go for it. They're scared, and they're right. They can make mistakes. They can go into forbidden risk unwittingly. So that's the idea. Is since we already have experts, some teachers, some research done on media and information literacy and literacy protocols, why not just build one more little stepping stone, instead of the whole staircase and just one stepping stone to bring people in from their familiarity and from their comfort zone. So that's the proposal here, and you can look at it. And the framework I'm proposing is the competence framework that we have with the Council of Europe, that DG Comp are starting to have, which I call the butterfly. The butterfly, which is to say 4 wings, competences come like a butterfly with 4 wings, values, and that's one thing that nobody wants you to pay attention to, attitudes, skills, and knowledge. Whenever you hear the word skills, be careful. You're being reduced by the English language, and that confuses skills and competences. But in fact, it's very much an English cultural thing, and all of you are culturally aware. The English society, the American society is very pragmatic, operational society. And so skills is how you operate, how you navigate, how you curate, etc., etc. It's a very hands-on approach. But in the general holistic approach of media and information literacy, we deal with attitude change. Well, you've learned that skill and you realize it creates a problem. Oh, I'm going to change my behavior. I'm not going to say thank you, and I'm not going to say please to AI, because now I understand how it works. It doesn't have emotions. Fine. Okay? So it's also how knowledge and attitudes can help you make decisions, and skills. And it doesn't mean learning to code. 5% of the population is going to learn to code. You are 95% of the users who are going to just use, but need to know what's behind the black box a little bit. And you're going to use it for something else, for creating, for making new laws, etc., etc. So think about it like this. It's a butterfly. You remove one wing, what happens to the butterfly? Yes? I can't hear you. It can't fly. Maybe it dies. Yuck. So protect the butterfly. Think, they try to tell you skills, and that's what the platforms who say they're doing media literacy and AI literacy, Google, etc., they tell you, we're giving you media literacy. All they do is skills to use their AI better. And you know what? It's totally fair. It's a business. It's a service. We talked about it yesterday. There were several presentations saying that. Yes, so yes, they're going to train you to be a better prompter on their LLS. Is this media literacy? Okay, 1%. Because they don't have a full butterfly. They never tell you it's because you're going to have access to knowledge. They're not going to tell you it's because it's about freedom of expression. Okay? But you have to fight for that. So there was this question that was raised earlier. What do we do? How do we change the curriculum? How does it affect how AI is going to affect media and information literacy? Well, it doesn't affect it, except for one thing. It's normal because something different. So all we know in media literacy about student-centered, about project-based approaches, where it's your creativity that is engaged, etc., that doesn't change. The only thing that we need to add is this explainability notion. One more notion, and explainability is called XAI. Sometimes you see the word X for explaining. What it does say is you have to ask any LLM, any AI system to tell you, the user, how it chooses its data, how it enforces media literacy by design, as Marit and Christina were saying, how it puts in their design the values, fairness, equality, diversity, security, privacy in the early design of the machine. And they can do it If they say they can't change systems, change service, it can be done. So this idea that they have to be able to tell you what they put in there. Why? Not because you're going to become a trainer or you're going to create a competing system. Just because if something is wrong, and especially something is wrong about you, you should have the right to redress. You should have to say, I've been wronged. These things stay. These things can prevent you from having jobs. So yes, it's important. So that's what explainability is about. Some countries like England already have put in place explainability as an obligation. The AI Act is dancing around it, but it's going to happen. So that's the curriculum design consideration. Prepare the students to ask these questions, and you can ask them this question. You can have a letter, you can send letters and signaling to each platform. I feel that this is wrongly used, etc., and they have a duty to answer you. But there is more, and that's mail. Those 3 points of vigilance. That's media information literacy, critical thinking about what is happening to your data. Because you have to remember what I was saying at the beginning, or the myths about artificial intelligence, etc. AI is statistics. Okay, they work not because they've selected, and we were talking about yesterday how you create a sample, etc. No, they just gather everything and behave by proximity. Oh, this is how Jane Austen speaks, and I have taken all the works of Jane Austen. So now I can produce a new novel that is like Jane Austen. Okay? Try it, it's fun. So it's stats. It's not sentient. Actually, if you ask it, aren't you perturbed by the Trump administration's lies? What does it answer you? I am not programmed to answer these questions. Because the platforms are protecting themselves, of course. If they said, oh, this guy stinks, they could be sued by Trump. So, careful. But they just also cannot express emotion. And robots are going to be looking more and more like us, etc., some of them. But that's extremely dangerous, and we should not accept that. In some countries, robots are arms, but they're not your favorite dog, you're not your favorite human. Don't buy these things. Give a strong consumer signal that you want a robot to look like a robot. A machine. Anyways, it has no agency. Even though you think it's giving you a very nice PowerPoint presentation for defending your masters here, etc., you have to decide what you keep in that goddamn PowerPoint, because there are things in there that are false. It puts you at risk. The agency has to remain yours. And it cannot take decisions. At the end, you are responsible. In front of the law, AI is not responsible. Okay, this is actually what the strike of the Hollywood scriptwriters gained. They were fearful of being displaced and replaced in their jobs by AI, and they obtained exactly that. They're going to use AI, and they sign with their name. Great idea, except that now it's the law for everybody, and you are responsible for the errors, hallucinations, mistakes, copyright, plagiarism of the AI that you use. Did you know that? Media literacy. And it lacks transparency. Okay, because the platforms are going to say, oh, but this is our business model. We can't give it because there's competition. So what we need to pay attention to is only 3 things. And we want data integrity. We want good data to be in there. So explainability is about telling us the quality of our data. We want source integrity. We want to know if somebody uses AI, when it's done it. Because if it's used AI and it's false and we reuse it, we are at risk of plagiarism, of intellectual property rights, of lying, etc. And it happened to a lawyer in New York. He wrote a brief using only AI. It was all wrong. Well, guess what? He's not a lawyer anymore. And we need, remember yesterday, lexicon integrity. We need to be very careful about the words we use, because words work on our imagination. So again, I propose a conversation, whenever they tell you we're going to chat, oh, it's so friendly. Or when we are conversing, no, this is not a conversation. You're asking a machine a set of functionalities to be activated. Think about it as a machine, but it is. So it's a mechanical manipulation of symbols, this conversation. It doesn't reflect you, it's not beautiful, it's not emotional, it's statistical. Remember that, it's statistical. Hallucination, honestly. That's what they tell you in OpenAI. Yeah? Oh, yeah, that's the things they produced, the sources that didn't exist, etc. It's hallucinations. It's plain down error. We can forgive error. Hallucinations remove responsibility from the system. Unacceptable. Don't let them do that to you. It's plain downright brain manipulation for marketing purposes. Because why? When you do that, you remove our last resistance to these tools, especially in Europe. In Europe, and it comes from Greece. Your fault. Or thank you. You separate, you've helped us separate what is alive from what is inert, what is the brain from what is the body, what is artificial from what is natural. That comes from you guys. When you do that, artificial intelligence, artificial, oh, I don't trust it, I don't take it. See? You agree? Not so in Protestant religions, where all the partitions are removed, which is why they're inventing it. It's not coming from us. Remember, we don't have one. Not because we're stupid, because we have made a cultural choice to keep the artificial and the natural, the brain and the body separate. We've had catastrophes when we haven't done it. But not so in countries like the US and England, where the Protestant religion has lifted these boundaries. So they're the ones who invent it. And then we have to deal with it. And so what we do is we put boundaries again. Forbidden, risky, usable, etc. You see how it works, the negotiation between these things. Anyway, so just be careful, be aware of the cultural dimensions there, because it's also a cultural war. When you buy the hallucination thing, you're not Greek anymore, or French. You're American. Worse, you're Hollywoodian. Okay, quickly, some takeaways, which is that comes from the this policy brief is online at UNESCO, and if you need the references. So we have to build ethical uses of synthetic media. It's not done yet, but it's built on the same model as mail programs, platforms. We know how to do it, even if in each country we adjust it. But we all share this. In Sweden, in Finland, in the Nordic countries, etc. We all share this. Make sure that we have an explainable AI. Make sure that training for media literacy remains with the government. The audiovisual directive on media services makes the platforms do media literacy. That day, I think I was drunk. I didn't see it happening because I thought it was just about making media literacy visible, findable online, which is how I think we understood it when we did that. But as a result, they think they can do it. And that removes power from the governments to say, no, we need to do it. So core curriculum, we can see how that works. Careful with the ed tech, there's going to be people who are going to sell you these programs to school. And of course, continue doing research. So for instance, here I'm pleading for myself, the UNESCO chair, Savoir Devenir, and hopefully all the chairs that can work on that. I have 2 research projects going. One called Any Teacher, which is about using AI in education. So you see that girl there, that's me. It's my avatar here. Now, this is Stephen Downs. I know he looks like a girl, he has long hair, but he's one of the inventors of MOOCs, massive online courses. But here is me. Oh, here. Sorry, the girl with the dark hair. But sometimes I'd love to have dark hair that is wavy. In reality, I don't. So it's my avatar, one of my avatars. So a lot of teachers go to avatars because they don't want students to play with their image. Yes. So a good solution of AI. Somebody still speaks up. So she's very smiley. She's all the time smiling. I don't know if this pointer always smiles at you. Sometimes I bark at my students. Woof. She's always smiling. She is so nice. She's so good. Sometimes it's boring, but there she is. She replaces me and I'm happy, and she doesn't have a single wrinkle, and you can look at her today, tomorrow, in 10 years, she'll be nice, smiley, and will tell you information. Nice girl. If you're interested, the app is called Symphasia, so already the synthetic. And then in AlgoWatch, this project which is AlgoWatch EU, and which is an AI literacy competences framework, we are developing the framework that I was presenting in the Butterfly. Because the Butterfly, it's nice, but it's competence frameworks are large, and then you have to recarve each time what it can be. And you see that what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop these competences. We're looking at what DigComp is doing, because DigComp has incorporated media literacy, and it has produced some competences. So we don't start from scratch. Remember, it's one step. We're not building the staircase. So we take what DigComp has, but sometimes DigComp doesn't have it. Not applicable. So we have to bring it with our experience, with our knowledge of testing in the classrooms. So that's what I wanted to show you, is that you can come up with some competences for students like that. And on these competences, we build resources. So if you go to algowatch.eu resources, you'll see our quizzes. At the moment, they're in English and in French. They're going to be in Portuguese and in Croatian. And we also make a game with several missions based on the competences. And then we test that. So building research around something that is measurable, that is compatible, that reflects the actual actions of young people. So if you want to read more, UNESCO has been recapturing at last, because it had lost terrain, its ground on AI. So the policy brief I've been referring to is the first one, but it has also ChatGPT. The guidelines for digital platforms governance has a media literacy branch in it, and we are going to make it much more specific, because you see what we've been talking about: explainability, some points of interest, data integrity, information integrity, source integrity, lexicon integrity, and these all have to come in there. Plus the different resources that Adeline mentioned earlier on bias in particular, because guess what, we women are a danger with AI. It tends to have a bias from men, preferably white and old. Did I mention Trump? No, but that's also the risk of AI.
Thank you for the kind invitation to come here to address topical issues in media policy. I come from the Nordic countries, and it connects, of course, very nicely to Christina's presentation about the Baltic countries, because in policies in Northern Europe, especially when it comes to the Nordic Council of Ministers policies, the Nordic countries, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland are often seen in connection to the Baltic countries, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. I'm working at a Center for Nordic Media Research, which is located on the western coast of Sweden, but we try to be active in all the Nordic countries and also nurture the connection between Baltic states and the Nordic area, but also with the rest of the world, Europe, and the more global scope. Nordicom has played a very active role during the past decades in implementing, or first introducing and then implementing the concept of MIL, not only in Sweden, but also in all the Nordic countries, thanks to Nordicom's founder, Ulla Karlsson, who was a UNESCO professor and a very active figure in this field. Now, the MIL issues are my responsibility at Nordicom. We are quite a small office of 13 persons only, so the field is quite large. Those who don't know me, what I have been doing recently. So I was one of the collaborators for the global MIL curriculum, which I will actually show here in my next slide. And then I also edited a handbook for journalism educators about teaching about artificial intelligence, AI. It was the first such contribution. And then I have also been co-editing the Millet Yearbook, which is a research anthology based on the work of the Millet University Network by UNESCO during the past years. In the local, or at the local level in Sweden, we have created a national forum for researchers with a MIL profile, which is disconnected or separated from the policy work done or conducted by the authorities. And we think this is a very important thing to see research and research autonomy and the integrity cherished separately, so that researchers have their own agenda, and then there is the policy work. But these two forums, they need to collaborate tightly. So at Nordicom, we are running a national MIL researchers platform to monitor and strengthen and develop MIL research. So that's what I'm doing. Just for the background. But today, I actually wanted to take a look at a thing that is not very often addressed, or is actually very often addressed, but this specific field is something I'm wondering quite a lot, namely the in-betweenness when we are between different policies. We talk a lot about interdisciplinarity when we are located between different disciplines, and how different epistemologies and ontologies need to be negotiated in terms of each other to produce something genuinely new and interdisciplinary. But when it comes to cross-sectoral collaboration between different policy areas, we do not use the concept of transsectorality that much, or anything similar. But likewise, there is a very similar challenge. We need to cross-read different policy frameworks and try to implement them in very specific contexts. And I'm not suggesting that we should create more policies between the different policy areas, such as education, culture, or media and information literacy, but it's more a question of how to implement, interpret, read these policies. Still, these in-between areas are very important, and I thought to dedicate some attention to the in-between area between language policies and language planning and meal policies. In the meal curriculum, language and linguistic diversity are mentioned a couple of times. And especially in the introduction, there is a mention about linguistic and other divides that are hindering open and equal access to information media and digital technology. And it is seen as a potential threat to broaden knowledge gaps and also to increase the spread of misinformation and disinformation. So especially after Russia's invasion to Ukraine, we have seen that many news desks, newsrooms have awakened to the need of producing something in Ukrainian or in Russian to mediate fact-based, validated news information to those groups that are threatened or suffering from Russian propaganda. So this is also some kind of an awakening to multilingualism. However, when we think of language policies and media literacy policies, they are normally seen as very separate areas. Language policies are interested in strengthening certain languages in certain countries and the conditions of using and developing, promoting different languages. While media literacy policies often take it for granted that the users of media have certain languages and then media content can be produced nicely in different languages. But they don't very much develop the idea how the linguistic resources interconnect with the media related literacies actually. Of course, the very concept of literacy has to do with language. Because if we think, what is literacy? It is about learning and teaching to read and write. And this has a lot to do with language. But in media theory, there has been kind of a transformation that language is not only and not solely, not anymore understood as a semantic language like Greece or English or my mother tongue Finnish. But it's understood more metaphorically as the language of the media, like as a style, mode of storytelling, or some kind of practice of storytelling. This is the language of media, language of presentation. And this is why maybe the semantic languages, they don't gain a special position in many media literacy policies. And I don't know how it is in practice. It's very hard to read in policy documents, but how it is in areas such as the Balkans, where that are genuinely multilingual. But now, when talking about the Nordic context, I would say that we are pretty blind to the fact that there is a huge linguistic diversity also in our area. And I will show you how. The process that challenges us to think more about language's role in media and information literacy policies, which are actually also often when we think about languages, we refer to the intercultural dialogue or cultural literacy part and think that languages are part of that, not that much about media and information literacy. But there is a process called linguistic minoritization, from social linguistics that suggest that there are processes that lead into marginalization of certain languages. They are not necessarily actively conducted, but are results of the ignorance or passivity of language policies of nation states. If certain lesser spoken languages or non-dominant languages are not actively promoted, they are ignored and they are not supported, they may die out. So of course, there is also, if we take one step further, we can also talk about these very active measures against languages such as linguicism or languagism or glottophobia, discrimination against people based on the language they speak. But for example, in Sweden, in the legislation, there is no such thing than discrimination based on language. It's not written in the legislatory framework. So you cannot discriminate by not taking into account the linguistic damage. But the linguistic prioritization has challenged the linguistic theories and social linguistics, for example. Linguistics have started to rethink how to create theories with higher diversity of languages within the theories, and I think that's something that we also should do. And I'm not saying that the language is not at all included in the meal curriculum, for example, on page 178, there is a prompt to analyze how language is a key factor in determining what content is presented. But often also in these kinds of exercises, the language conditions are static and seen as something just that is contextual, that is context, that cannot be affected or that is not actively used as a resource in the competence frameworks. So about the Nordic context and linguistic situation, the Nordic countries are governed by the Nordic Council of Ministers, where all ministers from the respective countries come together. And the steering vision right now is that the Nordic region should become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world, which is quite an ambitious objective, but feasible because the area is quite homogeneous, and we often talk about the Nordic countries as a group. There are many similarities in culture, in ethnic dimensions, and not the least when it comes to the languages. So this vision is pretty much also connected to the language policies. And there has been an attempt to create a common media literacy, Nordic media literacy policy as well. But so far it hasn't proceeded. All the Nordic countries have their own policies and also their own linguistic contexts. I won't dig very deep into the languages in this area, but just to very shortly address it, we can say that when it comes to the official languages, in Sweden we have Swedish as the official language, and in Denmark it's Danish, in Iceland it's Icelandic, so they are quite monolingual. In Norway and Finland we have two languages as defined as the officially acknowledged official languages. Finnish, which is the majority language in Finland, and Swedish, which is only spoken by 6% of the population. Then in Norway, we have two variants, bokmål, which is an old variant, and Nynorsk, which is called New Norwegian. And New Norwegian can be seen as a lesser spoken language. It's a minority language, such as Swedish in Finland. So this is the official linguistic landscape, and pretty much the mainstream media is operating based on this the content is published in official languages. But then we also have small languages in Faroe Islands and on Greenland. They have their own languages, which are very, very small language communities. And then all Nordic countries have officially acknowledged minority languages called national minority languages, because all these countries have ratified the European framework for regional and minority languages, which is a convention to protect and promote heritage languages or languages that have been in the countries for a long time and are thus part of the cultural heritage of the country. And these are, for example, Sami languages, which are indigenous languages, and they are spoken there are 9 different variants, and the Sami country reaches across 3 countries: Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Then there are many Finnish, Finno-Ugrian languages, not only Finnish as majority language and official language in Finland, but Finnish is also a national minority language in Sweden. And then meänkieli is a dialect of Finnish. On the other side of the border, on Finland's side, it's just a normal dialect, but on the Swedish side, it counts as a separate only language called meänkieli or Tornedalian Finnish. And then there is the Finnish variant in Norway, which is called the Kvien language. And they are all dialectal variants of the main Finnish. Then there are Romani Chib, which is also spoken in about 60 variants, but there are a couple of variants in Sweden. And then Yiddish, which is the language of the Jewish community, spoken by it's a very restricted language community, because, for example, when I looked at the statistics, there are only 18 school pupils receiving mother tongue tuition in Yiddish. And all these natural minority languages, they are under the threat of dying. They are because of the assimilation pressure from the nation states. And there are pretty much going on between the states and the language communities. I'm not going further in that, but there are many tensions and committees that are trying to negotiate between the minority groups and the state. And then, of course, there are the sign languages, which are not the same in these different countries. Then there are newer minority languages, migrant languages, such as Arabic or Somali. And then there are foreign, or in the school curriculum in Sweden, they are called modern languages. So you can choose to take language lessons in French or German or so. So this is quite diverse, the linguistic landscape. And when we are compiling media and information literacy policies, we do not always think of that. So to sum this linguistic landscape, there are official languages, there are small languages or less spoken languages, there are minority languages that can be both national minority languages, which have an increased support by the state, and then other minority languages, such as the newer migrant languages that do not enjoy such strengthened support by the state. And then there are all other languages, and especially in the Nordic countries, the concept of neighboring languages, nabospråk, is a very prevalent one, because the mutual understanding between Scandinavian countries has been the ground stone for the idea of the vision to 2030, to build a sustainable region that is the most integrated in the world, because of the mutual understanding between the Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish language that is possible. But at the same time, this mutual understanding is pretty much based and being done on the condition of the Scandinavian continent. It excludes Finland and Iceland, and also the other autonomy areas such as Greenland and Faroe Islands. So it's not that simple. In the declaration on Nordic language policy, which was revised this year, there is a statement that it's actually here, that languages are essential to the Nordic societies, and they should be used in all language domains, but especially scientific purposes are mentioned, because that's always a sign of a high status of a language in society. And it also says that everybody who is living in the Nordic countries should communicate in at least one Scandinavian language and have knowledge of the others, so that they can be part of the language community. This is especially a requirement for the margins who don't have a mother tongue that is included in the Scandinavian language family. So languages, they create inclusions and they create exclusions. And these are quite important also for inclusions and exclusions in media. And when we are in position of audiences or producers. So I did a very quick analysis of the language and media policies, and so that in the declaration on Nordic language policy, media is not mentioned as such. There are some references to digitalization and media development and artificial intelligence. Then there was a report by the Institute of Language and Folklore in Sweden on Nordic small languages, and it mentions language it mentions media 16 times. But media is mostly mentioned as a domain in language vitality or promotion or revitalization frameworks, or as conditions of media audiencing instead of part of the competence framework. And here in UNESCO's global MIL curricula, I also arrived at the same conclusion that language is mostly a feature of media texts and representation, so it's there or it's not there, or it's a background factor, but it's rather seldom referred to as part of the media competencies. This has many implications, of course, for example, the education of journalists, and also to education in more general, and for audiences and all practices related to media. I want to sum up by outlining the in-between area of L and M, like language or linguistic area, policy area, and media and information literacy policy area. Both should become more congruent towards each other. More like MIL policies should be linguistically more sensitive or compatible with language area, and language policies should become more aware of the media policies and media and information literacy policies. This necessitates that we go beyond the national state's boundaries and try to see and look at the different functions of languages in society. So media is very bound to the official languages and to the function that I call linguistic institutionalization, maintenance of one single language. And then there is the idea of separating channels according to target groups. So there are, for example, minority language journalism desks in public service media, or there are media run by minorities, linguistic minorities by themselves. But the genuine multilingual or translanguaging practices in media are still quite restricted and mostly experimenting ones, for example, restricted to online magazines done based on volunteering work in the Nordic countries, where people from different linguistic backgrounds can experiment by writing in multiple languages or even mixing languages. In some minority media, public service newsrooms, there have been quite recently experiments with so-called mixed language programs, where the majority and the minority language are mixed, because we can always assume that minority groups can both languages, but they are maybe weaker in the minority languages. And then this is why they need to be supported by the majority language, or vice versa. So these practices are developing, and they need understanding about the parallel use of languages, but also about the synergies between different languages, and also that there are different functions. For example, the newer migrant languages, these groups need to be integrated into society, and it is an open question, largely, whether it's not only a temporary state. When they master the majority language, then they can forget about their home language or the original mother tongue, or whether they should preserve their migrant languages as well. The development has been very assimilating, with a strong focus on integration in all the Nordic countries, which has led to the fact that many minority languages have died out or are dying, and which, for its part, has led into needs of revitalization efforts, which have been quite recent in all the Nordic countries, but they are about protection of the whole linguistic heritage. And how I see it, how it happens, we need to think about society, and this is also an idea for milk policies. We need to not just to see society as a monolithic entity, but distinguish between the majority society and the minority society. They have different functions. There are maybe many minority societies and public spheres, and many majority public spheres as well. But in the majority society, we should make the linguistic and other minorities visible. It's about the symbolic representation of these languages and taking them into account. You don't necessarily need to use these languages, but you need to dedicate some attention to them and show that they do exist as part of our public sphere and cultural heritage landscape. For minorities, it's more about letting minorities themselves to become conscious of their linguistic backgrounds as a resource, and making it explicit that you have a resource there. You don't only need to think of the monolingual language capital, but also you should use your whole linguistic repertoire, and it's also connected to the identity formation, of course, so that to empower the minorities to be proud of their diverse backgrounds. And in media, what is, or in this in between policy area, what questions should we ask then, if we think about the minority society and majority society division? Of course, we need to think about the representation of these lesser spoken or minority side languages. What kind of language attitudes are are reflected in the representations of these languages or in media content in more general, in minority society and in the mainstream outlets. How is the actual use of the languages supported in media and mediatized or digitalized spheres? Are the languages really used and heard in public, or are they somehow hidden and only referred to because we need to, because some policy says that we need to take these into account? What kind of educational possibilities are there? Not only professional, like in journalism education, that we need to educate minority language journalists, which we don't very largely in the Nordic countries, but also for the amateur audiences, lay perspectives, which are relevant for the MIL discourses and practices and policies. What possibilities are there to develop MIL based on the linguistic resources? And then going further from general education also to school curricula and the formal MIL educational agendas. They perhaps don't need to be highlighted in policies much more, but the focus should be on the implementation area. How do we interpret and cross-read these policies and implement them in local contexts? And as you said, because the context is are very diverse, I think this is something that needs to be done in all nation states, and not, for example, at the Nordic level only. It's too abstract to take into account all the different linguistic conditions. And then the institutional structures, these need, of course, the linguistic dimension should be in the authorities' work. And I think Sweden has recently created quite a good structure for implementing new ideas, because we have a network of all public sector organizations focusing on media literacy. So if you want to, you have a seed you want to plant, you can take it into this network, and they will develop it further together and take it to their different organizations. And language is something that will be on my future agenda. So I hope for a more linguistically sensitive MIL practice and policy in Sweden, in Finland, in the Nordic countries. So I'm eager to hear how the linguistic situation is in your countries. Thank you so much in all possible languages.
Thank you so much, Professor Despina Anagnostopoulou, for such a kind invitation, very warm, heartfelt hospitality. Thanks to UNESCO for this framework to be together, to engage and share our good practice. And thanks a lot to the audience who came despite it's Saturday, but you are here, and I hope that this already is an example of the movement of media information literacy. I'm coming from the Baltic states, and this is a region quite in the north on the coast of the Baltic Sea. I'm representing also UNESCO chair on media information literacy for inclusive knowledge societies. We established it in 2018. At that moment, we already were engaged in quite many networks, and I was well familiar and doing collaborative research with Professor Divina from MEGS and other researchers. So the establishment of our chair was I think, great moment to consolidate ourselves and to involve even more in the global, but also to strengthen the local and regional networks of media information literacy. So our chair organized the Global Mill Week conference in 2018, and that was indeed a great chance and opportunity to see how many different stakeholders, actors are involved in media information literacy, media education. What are the challenges? What are the lessons learned? What is a good practice? And I really recommend you all here to join Global Mill Week Feature Conference, which is being organized in Jordan this week, because it's really a platform to communicate, to share, and to learn while participating and joining the event. So the city of Kaunas at that time, it didn't have the UNESCO World Heritage title yet, but it has it now for the modernist architecture of optimism of the interwar period. And I think here we all have some similarities because we are coming from different cultures, different places, and we are also bringing some experiences, values, but also sharing human values and approaches to the future of our societies. So this great team was organizing, was also volunteering as you today in 2018. And yeah, I'm happy to see these beautiful faces. Yeah. Well, that was 6 years ago. Time flies, but I think in being in the media information literacy is reinvigorating. So it requires you to be young anytime. So just to continue about our experience so far, at that time in 2018, I do remember I was approaching to some high-level officials, inviting them to the conference to speak and to greet. And well, there were, some people who were quite skeptical, especially from the high-level authorities. But they are not now. Now, after we were confronted with the Russian military aggression in Ukraine, even authorities which were skeptic before about the need for resources and support and promotion of media literacy, now they all understand. And I think that is, again, some good transformation. As yesterday we said, disinformation is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity for consolidating different actors, for promoting policy development. And indeed, in the Baltics, we see a lot of different initiatives, and experts even are arguing that this is some kind of new Baltic way to follow in the fight against disinformation. So let me share with you a few recent studies. For instance, Media Literacy Index. This is, I think, a nice map to locate us. We are quite in the north and very close to Russian border, and I think that has been one of the main reasons why the society has mobilized a lot, not only supporting Ukraine in their fight, but also understanding that we have to be prepared ourselves. We have to do to mitigate the crisis or to be ready for the conflict if it happens on our in our countries. So media literacy index shows quite positive developments in the Baltics, and I think this is also due to the some kind of media literacy by design approach, because yeah, there is more appreciation of media literacy and integration, understanding that this is a need, a competence that is essential, core competence to fight digital disruptions, information disorders. And this is also a crucial support to democratic citizenry, media quality, and professional journalism. So Baltic experience proves the growing demand for a more systemic, more inclusive approach towards middle education for all. And we witness many different programs addressed to young people, but also old, but also seniors, less experienced in the digital world, or highly educated women and youngsters, minors, people with disabilities, refugees, and other minorities who are facing new realities and information confusion. So I think we can take the Tessa Jones scheme or framework of media literacy as an example where which helps us to move ahead, which helps us to structurate our activities around pedagogical initiatives, teaching and learning initiatives, around research, but also building media literacy as a movement. If you ask our students at Vytautas Magnus University, especially those who are studying communication and journalism, they say, oh, we have so much heard about media literacy. We really know everything. But I think this is not a some kind of luxury opportunity. It's a must. It's a mindset that has to be integrated in different policies, especially in education and cultural policies. We've been involved into the different networks, and this is one of the good examples that media literacy in the Baltics program was launched in 2019, and we were part of it until last year. IREX, this is international NGO promoting dialogue and critical thinking, and they have done a lot to also bring together different universities, higher education institutions. There were 11 universities around the Baltic states who participated in the program. Over 700 of students, over 100 of university teachers, over 1,000 of participants online who were following the training on learning to discern methodology, emphasizing information verification, fact checking skills and tools a lot, but also addressing to the democratic and human rights values. And the evaluation of the program shows that there was a significant improvement of the participants' skills in cross-checking information, in ability to recognize misinformation and disinformation, sharing with after thinking and deliberation. So these and other studies, like our very small case study done in the University of Vytautas Magnus in Kaunas, shows that if you put effort, if you address media information literacy by design, it pays out. So what we did, we compared 3 groups of young people, general young population from 18 to 29 years old. Then we used students who were trained in media literacy as a communication specialists in the future or journalists in the future. And we also collected information and data from high school students. And we see that training makes a difference in terms of values and understanding and awareness that journalism, quality journalism, is an important asset and is a must for democratic development. That disinformation is also a huge risk to democracy and to national security. Also that manipulations are there, and especially in the digital and online space. They also demonstrated capabilities to discern or at least to check information and verify it, and know how to select reliable sources. So to be brief, I would like to come back to the final stakes of the presentation and our lessons learned in the Baltics. That first of all, the digital network and very hybrid environment provides with different opportunities, but also challenges, where users are also responsible. They share their responsibilities, but they cannot be left aside. They have to be empowered. The media literacy has to be educated, has to be spread across different groups of population. And we really need inclusive media literacy framework, not only addressing different needs of different groups in population, but also consolidating different stakeholders and actors. And this is what I think we are all trying to do while discussing where we are and where we are going in the near future during these 3 great days in Thessaloniki. I hope to be back, but I also would like to invite you to Kaunas, my city, or at least to get in touch via email and share experience and build our networks, because they really matter. Thank you so much.
I want to say thank you for you, of course, Professor Despina. I want to say thank you, of course, my dear colleague and friend, Divina Fraumeis, Professor Divina Fraumeis. I want to say thank you of University of Macedonia, of the, of course, of UNESCO, and the cátedra or UNESCO chair from University of Macedonia. I compliment everybody here, everyone, and I really happy to present my opinion, my ideas, and share some slides with you. Thank you to all. This World Relevant International Conference on Changing Citizen Media and Information Literacy to confront hate speech and misinformation, the role of UNESCO and I. This is very important topic because in this moment we combat the infodemia. Infodemia is a word created by WHO, World Health Organization, to refer disinformation, misinformation, fake news, deep fakes, post-truth, and others phenomena to incommunication, not communication, incommunication. Well, my speech today is Middle Cities in your role, the example of Zaragoza. Well, the topics are theoretical basis of new cities, challenge strategies and solutions, methodologies, social media campaigns, research and events, publications, experience, and final consideration, past prevision. Well, we got here a starting point. Middle City, of course, has been inserted in the vision of the 2030 agenda, and especially in the 11th objective, sustainable cities and communities, neighborhoods, campus, starting point. This is very important starting point. This is a question of Audrey Soleil, UNESCO Director General. Together, we must answer the following question. Will be actors or merely spectators in the AI revolution? What do you think? What do you think? Anybody respond this question? Or I share my slide and you talk. The starting point, 2, Internet for Trust. This event was very important because in this event we discussed about the new tendencies, new trends. I have the opportunity to participate in this important event. Well, another starting point. What do you see here? What do you see here? Despina, what do you see?
I see, Professor. I see, Professor, a baby crying upon the mother, and I see people looking at the computer of someone else.
Right.
So this is post-human reality.
Post-human reality.
Pictures of post-human reality.
Thank you so much. Because this is our reality for everybody. We got these kids. We got 2 people with AI in the head, but only AI. But we need other kind of person. We need, of course, the reality. We now, everybody now have in the post-human reality. What is this post-human reality? Post-human reality is the mix of the geographic reality and the physical reality and the digital reality. We need to integrate these 2 realities because today the people say digital city, for example, digital city or digital social media, right? Or talk about the reality, the physical reality. But in my opinion, we live in post-human reality with digital reality and the mix with the physical reality. And we need the following. We need to understand it. We got now humans, animals, robots, and cyborgs together. Post-human reality and post-human family too. See that? We got this, and we need to understand this situation because this vision changed everything. Changed the vision of the city, the actions in the city, of course, changed our life and changed the enterprise, the education, everything. Generative AI can lead to an increase the number of online attacks against women. This is very worrying situation. More artificial intelligence is not more understand human understanding. This is very, very worrying situation. We need solutions, we need methodologies, we need tools to transform this situation. We got some challenges common to campus of universities and cities. For example, social inequality, ecological crisis, urbanization and mobility challenge, technocratic vision of solution like smart cities, predominance of infodemic, fake news, deep fakes, and other phenomena, negative phenomena. The objective of public policies and education is not to form citizens. This is a real problem, a real challenge, because the education is the objective is not to transform the human being. The objective is maintain the situation, actual situation. Solutions. The first solution for us, media information literacy, that is considered a complete set of skills, but also practical convergence, where journalists, information specialists, libraries, educators, among others, and their related activities meet. And at this moment, I think we need architects, we need the historical researchers, we need two more specialists in this framework, because we need to transform the city. For example, we need the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is necessary. The specialists of security are necessary in this framework too. We need a new professions, for example, data science and others. We need to expand this vision. Today we are thinking about aiding new social actors, such as influencers, creators of contents, communicators, agents, startups, technology-based companies, etc. We need the people, the marketing people with us too. We need a new marketing, because today the marketing is only merchandise, and we need other marketing in the platform, in the digital platforms, and in the physical reality too. Well, first solution, transliteracy, a new hybrid reality, physical, digital, demand the free cultures of information according to the Wiener Frau Mays here present. We need citizenship culture, we need navigation culture, and we need, of course, data protection culture, like I said before. For solution, MLCity. MLCity, or Media Information Literacy City, is a framework launched by UNESCO, an urban space that can use artificial intelligence and other new technologies, but with ethic, respect for diversities. This point is very important. Diversities are the age, religion, ethnics, difference are in the mind and in the body too. And this framework has synergies with others, such as sustainable cities, smart cities, educational cities, learner cities, innovation cities, and others. We propose this system of 13 new cities indicators and 262 metrics. But the citizen is the focus of this new vision. And we got these indicators, for example, city hall, integral education, integral health, or holistic health, culture, art, sport, tourism, libraries. Libraries are very important, because the libraries are the memory of the city and the future too. Well, associations, artificial intelligence, of course, startups, companies, industries, children's, youth, elderly too, of course, the difference, the diversities, all diversities, and environment and sustainability, and finally, integration metrics. We work with this framework, 5 agents of the university. Our approach of the cities is with this framework. We work with governments, policymakers, and others, academic professors, of course, researchers, but the students. Without our students, we are nothing. We need the students. I am right, Professor? Companies, enterprise, artists, very important, artists. Artists are the soul of the city. The artists are, in one word, artists are the surprise, the poets, or the singer talk something. Middle cities is wonderful. Oh, they said, everybody. For example, do you like something like a singer? Do you like it? Who? What? Many. Well, say what? Shakira. Shakira. Shakira now. You Shakira. Well, Shakira said something. With Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift. Right. Taylor Swift here. And she thought, Man City is wonderful. And everybody, oh, Madonna said, oh, or Shakira for me. Do you understand? The artists are very important with us. Citizens, of course, the simple citizens, the common citizens. We founded in Sao Paulo this year the ICMILS, International Center for Innovation and Development of Mill Cities from the University of Sao Paulo. And we got these 4 lines to research and action. Mill cities, communication and education, the second, holistic health, and artificial intelligence with the mill vision. And we got here specialists, professors, students, or to all university. It's not only communication, it's not only social science. No. People of the health, medical studies, people from statistics, we got everything. Well, course of Mid Cities at the University of Sao Paulo. We implemented the discipline at the University of Sao Paulo, this discipline, Mid Cities, in the stricto sensu course by Latin American Integration Program. And we implemented too the mock mill cities for the this extension course, a small course, but open to population. We got research like this. We work with the comparative methodology. For example, we compare here Mexico City, Rome, and Sao Paulo, and we got metrics of these cities with this vision, integral vision. My students, doctoral students, and master students research with this methodology. Here are some examples of metrics about about indicator, AI, startups, and canals digital. For example, please pay attention. Number and percentage of startups that have female leaders, young people, elderly people, disabled people. This point is very important because in smart cities, this is not a metric. But in our region, this is a very important metric to evaluate the startups, the price, and of course, the city. Big cities is all vision and use all indicators and use other metrics in our proposal. Well, this was a very important meeting in Belgrade. In this meeting was present the professor Divina from too. You remember Divina? was very good meeting this. And in this meeting, was present too the Director General, Andrea Soleil, and people, experts for many countries. And in this very important meeting, we work with the new competence and skills according to UNESCO curriculum, actually actualizing this very important guide for us. And we got here the resume of the different skills or competence. For example, we got evaluate critically, ethical use of information, respond to hate speech, video games, creativity and digital entrepreneurship, and others. Here, it is the values of UNESCO fruit of this meeting. Intercultural dialogue and interreligious dialogue, understanding universal rights, sustainable development, and peace. And with this competence, with this list of competence, we develop a system of artificial intelligence for the training, build competence, this competence of UNESCO curriculum at professors and teachers from Argentina. We developed this system, AI system, with the professor Sebastian Nowinski and Efraín Pantaleon. Their work by public defender of Argentina. We do this research with UNESCO. UNESCO of America, Latin America, asks for us, and we develop this system. And we can apply this system, artificial intelligence, here too, in Greece or in other countries. See, if you want to apply, well, we developed two main city metrics application under development with support from UNESCO to avoid city indicators and metrics. We developed this in the University of Sao Paulo, and UNESCO offered support. We got to these webinars. We got every month these webinars about Mer cities with people of the 5 continents. We got to, together with Professor Veronica Yarni, we organize these mensual webinars with the presence with people or specialists of all over the world. With my students, we work too in these other webinars, but the focus is the capacitation of my students and colleagues about the concept. We have to we work with the Caribbean of course, with the Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul is the Caribbean specialist from UNESCO. And this is a special work because in the Caribbean we got other challenges. In the Caribbean we got challenge, for example, of racism, the challenge of the not financial resource, and the mark of the colonialism. This is in Havana. We got the Aspiring to Mill Cities Award. We create this award to inspire people to develop plans, transformation in this framework. We got here the mayors of 5 cities of Sao Paulo. They visit Havana and they present their cities in Havana in this event. Culture, communication, marketing, and community. I invite you, everybody, for this event. Well, we got to the international meeting, cultural communication and communication, mid cities. We do this event every year, and with the participation of Elena Nápoles from UNESCO in Havana and the Paul Hector, the UNESCO from Caribbean. This is a presentation about mid cities in the Complutense University of Spain. Sorry for my Portuguese. Well, our contribution with UNESCO Mil Allies in the Global Mil Week. We work together, for example, with the mayors of the different countries. This is the mayor of Kilimani in the middle, the Kilimani, Mozambique, and the mayor of, oh my God, Osasco, no, Osasco City, the mayor of Guarulhos, Brazil. These people, we present with the mayor of Guarulhos, with the Mr. Tafik Jelassi, the case of this city in the UN World Urban Forum. Was amazing. Well, this why me show this these slides, this special slide, because many people think many cities is only technological city or only a big city. Kilimani, my dear friends, haven't had any resource. Kilimani in Mozambique, Africa, is not a big city, but the mayor, the people have the effort and the vision to transform the city with social media, digital social media, with the results they have. That's the point, the principal point to transform the city in New City. Well, now D7, the urban forum, with the participation of Tafik Jelassi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information from UNESCO Paris, and the mayor of Guarulhos, Brazil. We visit to the United Nations University in Macau. Very, very good visit. And the Mr. Serge, the director, Mr. Serge, have an open mind to work together. We got these books about this point, from smart cities to mile cities, marketing, communication, technology, innovation in the Mercedes, and this one is with the education minister in Habana, Cuba, Red de Ciudades 1000 de UNESCO y Agenda 2030, Ciudades 1000, indicadores, métricas y casos, y the last one, Mil Cities Beyond Artificial Intelligence and Social Innovation with ESG and 2030 Agenda. In all these books, we got the support of UNESCO. It's not books by UNESCO. We got the support. Well, this book is UNESCO. This book is from UNESCO. Navigating the Infodemic with MIL. We organized this book with the professor Sebastian Nowomiński together, and we got here authors for all Latin America. This is the vision of the infodemic of Latin America. Infodemic, like I said, is a term or a neologism, a word to meet fake news, deepfakes, and other negative phenomena of communication or in communication. But it's important for me the opinion of the professor Divina. In my opinion, we need to expand the concept of media and information literacy. We need to expand this concept. The phenomenon is not only the negative phenomenon. For example, disinformation, misinformation, fake news. No, in my opinion, is more complex. We got here a new reality, hybrid reality. hybrid reality is physical and digital. And this new reality needs new tools, new strategies, new policies. It's not only digital, it's not only physical reality, it's the integration of these two realities. And we need to expand our vision, our open mind to understand this new reality. Well, here we work with influencers in Brazil. For example, we got Milk City ambassadors. Paula Lima is a very this in my life. Paula Lima is the most important singer of samba. You know samba, people. Samba. Do you samba? Well, oh, it's wonderful samba. Samba and salsa too. Professor, what do you think? I just joke. But the professor likes to dance. I know. Yes. So we got here Luis Helena Trajano. Luis Helena Trajano is the most important entrepreneur in Brazil. Luisa Trajano, you can look for her in the internet. The best, the best. She is our influencer. She is our Milk City ambassadors in Brazil. And we create two Milk Women, the program in the TV, Milk Women. And we dialogue with the women, leaders, women, to transform the city, to transform the reality. Well, we create two social media campaign with the participation of authorities, public policies managers, researchers, activists, and leaders from different countries. The declaration, the name is Milk City's Declaration of São Paulo for the Planet. And we talk about this situation, the transformation of the situation. And this declaration signed for these people, very important people. Research which focus in new cities and cultural barriers to communication. Well, we have a methodology. The name is 20 cultural barriers to communication and five dimensions of creativity. With this methodology, we diagnose the city or the neighborhood of campus, and with this diagnosis, we can do the strategy to transform the cities. This research we do in 11 countries. Well, but what is a mid university city? Oh, sorry. University for together with the University of Barcelona and the professor José Manuel Tornero. Yes, thank you, José Manuel Tornero, and I forgot the and other professor. Sorry, people. We work and propose cities that implement mid-city framework in the campus of the universities. At mid-city university is a university that applies the 13 indicators, like I showed before, and metrics of the mid-city on its campus, with values the use of new technologies and innovation on its campus, but with ethics, respect for diversities, and seeking to apply in its urban space. And Professor Divina, we can do this here. That's my proposal. Why not? Why not, Professor? Well, we got to the pilot point of many cities in Havana. Pilot point, the UNESCO asked for us to create this. Alton Grizzly or Alton Grizzly said we need pilots, a pilot point, and we do in Havana, first in Havana, with the Dr. Hector Paul. Hector Paul is from the UNESCO in Caribbean UNESCO, and we do. But what is this experience? It's a Milk Cities initiative, but with low-cost technologies, digital networks, and dialogue in Alex Coffee in the School of Art. Art, artists to take the heart of the person. And with art, we work to learn or to show the many cities framework. But we do this in Zaragoza. This is the focus of this presentation. Eh? Together with the University of Zaragoza, we contribute to develop this experience. And what is the Miles City Point in Zaragoza? El Gancho. The name is El Gancho, the hub. Co-working is a co-working with a space for coexistence between companies, freelancers, and various associations. But of this neighborhood, the name is El Gancho. Different entities of the city and the main representative of this neighborhood work together with and look for new experience or new opportunities to the inhabitants of this neighborhood. We got here different professionals, different visions. We got here, for example, and it's a very important objective because this place is a forgotten place, this neighborhood, and they need autoesteem. They need change the image of the neighborhood, and they work together with this vision, Mercedes, to transform this situation. This co-working is a space to coexist between companies, freelancers, and various associations, like I said. But this co-working is the best co-working in Europe. Well, using new technologies, they ensure that all social groups can feel represented in this neighborhood. The strategy, what is the strategy of this work? Consists to creating a small points, pilot points, that later expand through the city. It's important to say other point. This strategy look for the simple people. The simple people don't like the presentations, don't like it. These books, don't like it. Do you see this book, people? 400. 400 pages. The people don't like this. The people like of this cartoons, other language, and we need points to people feel middle cities. This is the idea. Well, you have here a new structure, the convergence of areas of health, education, and communication, legal area too. And my considerations, final consideration, final words. The Many Cities initiative contributes to expanding the middle approach, the traditional middle approach. Many Cities is a transdisciplinary and integrative approach. Many Cities is also a holistic, quantitative approach that offers indicators and metrics that allow you to evaluate. Many cities use comparative methodology, like I show, wherever possible, comparing indicator and metrics of the different cities. Many cities is also a practical approach in the tradition of action research methodology. The Many Cities pilot point can be places where ordinary citizens feel and experience the ideals of many cities. And finally, summarizing to promote prosperity in the world through an entrepreneurial education seems to be necessary to many city approach. My final word is the message from Aurea Soleil, Director General of UNESCO. I invite member states of UNESCO, technology companies, and media community, as well as the rest of civil society, to come together to create a new digital configuration. Thanks so much.
In a way, we continue where we stopped yesterday, which is, and in that respect, the cultural cities stands, at least as a notion, in between two different perceptions or approaches, even though they might also be considered that they complement each other. So on the one hand is the Anna Lindh Foundation, as we discussed yesterday. On the other hand is the Council of Europe, wherein the cultural cities is a program. So what's the importance of the cities? Let me see when was the date. So in 1993, in 2015, Benjamin Barber published a book called If Mayors Rule the World, Dysfunctional Notions, Rising Cities. And this illustrates the rising importance and power of the cities. And personally, I've always considered that any unit, we can discuss about units, whether it's a continent, whether it's the European Union as one unit, whether it's a state or a region, and none of them is as coherent as a city. And this is why the city tends to be, this is also the perspective of the Anna Lindh Foundation. In that respect, it's a laboratory of different approaches, mechanisms, and methodologies where it can be effective. And because the density of interactions and the way that this environment affects everyone in one way or the other, it's much more tense, much more direct, much more intrusive rather than any other regional entity. So in that respect, the cities become very important. And of course, in a way, some would argue that the cities have evolved as a natural outcome, whereas many of the states tend to be artificial creation, or at least we have a power function that intervened in their creation, and which include completely diverse entities, which can be separated from each other, whereas within the state, within the limits of a state, such division are very difficult. And this is the notion that actually dictates both institutions' approach to how to deal and how to make it functional. In that respect, if we're going to see also some differences, we see that traditionally, as we said, the Anna Lindh Foundation functions, and as a result, the European Union's approach or the Euro-Mediterranean policy approach is the one of intercultural dialogue, where it considers dialogue as an asset, diversity as an asset, and this is a common element from both sides. Yet, the Intercultural Cities Council of Europe, their perspective is a little bit different, because from the beginning, it perceives its program as a tool not only for inclusion, for integration, rather than just only coexistence. And in that respect, it's of course the notion that those cities are multicultural by definition, and it's the end of a process which started from complete refusal of the existence of any minorities. The minorities always are considered as of any kind, religious, ethnic, linguistic, or whatever, or even cultural in that respect. Then we moved on to the assimilation process, where the nature of those minorities are non-importance, because they have to be accept the predominant culture of whatever flavor or color that is. Then we moved on to the multicultural approach, where this was an overemphasis or over-recognition of this one, without actually being in a way accepting them. It doesn't mean the interaction between those minorities or whatever, and then into the integration, where things are a little bit different. So on the one hand, I will start with a very simple approach that the Anna Lindh Foundation has vis-a-vis the cities, or in what's considered intercultural cities. So they consider that the future cities, especially in Europe, are intercultural by nature, or the intercultural approach is the only way is the only way to manage and improve the life conditions and allow for the solution for facing xenophobia, discrimination, and other problems that those entities face is through the intercultural dialogue. And in that respect, the cities are major partners in and it did offer something which links much more to the educational process and the intercultural education, the similar things that I've mentioned yesterday, and it came up with 3 different policies approaches. One of them, which is of course a continuum to the centrality of civil society organizations, and this is a project that would support the cooperation between civil society organizations and local authorities. The second one is an award of the intercultural cities, how they function. And the third one is a network, or actually a platform where different activities can be uploaded in order to be connected. Now, turning to the Council of Europe perspective, this is not exactly different, but definitely it runs into some similar rationales. So diversity is accepted, diversity is again accepted as an asset, but it goes further on. It's a very holistic approach. In that respect, it sees what are the merits of this one. So in that respect, it's profitable. It is there are those minorities, whatever nature, have their own skills, creativity. They all have, which by not addressing them as equals, actually is a loss for the community, for the city community as such. And in that respect, it needs a certain approaches that would allow for them to flourish and operate with this in this framework. So the intercultural cities is really is not anymore an approach, but a mechanism. I will start in a different way. I'm saying, even though it's a culture of Europe, it's very interesting that some cities from Japan, from Korea, South Korea, actually, from Mexico, from Canada, even from Australia, have joined this process or this program in order to benefit from this one. But when I went through, so it was very interesting to see which cities from Europe have joined the program, because it's a voluntary process. And I found out that, for instance, very few cities from France are there, a country which is rather rich in terms of minority presence of different ones, in comparison to Morocco, which is the region which are much more countries exist over there. And this is actually linked to one of the benefits, but actually not benefit, one of the elements of democracy. Democracy as such is a result of one of the processes of choosing our governors or governments or prime ministers, elections. So elections is, as a friend of mine, an Egyptian friend of mine said, election is like a watermelon. When you operate, you don't really know whether it's going to be nice or bad or whatever. So this means that for a process that is an open process, you need a commitment that will go beyond the electoral period of 4 years, which is usually the case in most municipalities. And this is one of the things that the Council of Europe requires, is commitment on the side of the political leaders, or the and which is not, doesn't address only cities, but it also addresses regions per se. And this is because it does make sense, because it's the way that some countries have organized themselves in that respect. Now, the other reality has to do with some numbers, especially with Europe. Now, 3% of the population of Europe today, of the countries, are migrants, which is approximately to almost 280 million people. 75% of Europeans live in cities, which is surprising, and the tendency is rising rather than falling, whereas 68% globally are living in urban centers. So we see that the cities are here to stay. Whether it's urbanization, whether it's a different thing, is beside the point. So the cities are essential in order to deal with the majority of the population, and of course, all the immigrants and refugees, they will most probably will end up in cities rather than in rural areas. And when they are in rural areas, they tend to be either seasonal or transitory from there. Okay, so what is and how does it work? The whole idea of, as I said, it's a holistic approach. The whole idea of the Council of Europe is that it goes into the cities, as I said, there's a commitment, and identifies, it measures certain research and identifies the pros and cons, identifies the ability to identify the certain challenges that exist. Then it draws a plan, and then it asks of the participants, and it gives back a plan to the cities in order to implement. Now, the interesting about it, it has different elements where they touched upon them. One of the elements which is very important and essential is that there is it's openness and inclusion, and in that respect, this functions in different manners. First of all, it also includes the notion of power sharing. So there is not an exclusive top-to-bottom process, but it needs a bottom-to-top also, at least a coordination of the two. And again, the same value that existed yesterday exists, the need for shared values and the vision. And the vision can only be the result of a cooperation and coexistence among the different groups and minorities. The other element which is important is it addresses different functions and different segments of the cities, and one of them is space. The space is addressed in three different ways, which is very interesting. One of them is the safety, and that's why they have certain directives and proposals and methodologies, including the policing of the cities. The other one is accommodation and living, but the third one, which is important, is sharing the public spaces where all those different groups can and they should coexist and they should cooperate and co-function. Again, in the same rationale like yesterday, active citizenry is essential here, and it does address this one over there. So the idea is once they go through this one, they have a whole list of parameters, and the cities follow those guidelines, the roadmap, in order to implement them with the assistance of Council of Europe, either with tools, either with their training session and skills development, but also interesting that the Intercultural City is also a network. So in many cases, because they upload all those results, it encourages the cooperation among cities. So it does take good practices from other cities and it gives them the example back then. And then you have an evaluation of the state of the art in all of the cities, not of course as a prize giving, but in order to improve the performance on different sectors. And so one of the elements, in order to cut short because of time, is also the relation to media. And this is very important, it gives incentives and directions of how to develop local media, how to train, or not how to train, but the incentives in order to give opportunities for journalism, journalist training for migrants and the other minorities, but at the same time encourage cooperation and gives a lot of attention to the local media, which is very important element. And it's very interesting. One of the elements that sometimes it tends to be absent in many cases, and I'm taking the example of Greece. Two cities exist over there, Ioannina city on the one hand, and Patra is the same thing. When you see the profiling, because they go thing, you see the difference between them. And it was interesting, one in terms of media, Patra was receiving a 75% scoring, where the average of the whole family of the cultural city is 45%, or 45% scoring, whereas Ioannina was very weak and it needed a lot of work in that direction. One of the weaker points of this one in terms of media is the monitoring process. And this is something that it encourages the development and the inclusion and to function in even better terms. So I think I'll stop here because I might be running a lot of time. Any quick question on one or two left, then I'm gone. Thank you very much once more, Despina.
It was actually something that We discussed together with this foreigner about how this conference could be useful for the scientific content that you've heard, but also for how we can network and help each other. This is also when we had the idea of inviting UNESCO, because UNESCO and the EU have often worked together in very complementary ways. So of course UNESCO has a wide range of member states and have a different agenda. But we're here together, members of the MILID network, which is the network of universities that deal with media and information literacy and intercultural dialogue, created by UNESCO, with a number of chairs, and now the associated chair, that is this one. And we are part of the Male Alliance. I am supposed to be the president, the chair of the European chapter of the Male Alliance, and I can talk about it because I think it illustrates maybe some issues and some advantages. You are also...
I have co-led the Millet University Network until, well, recently, when Spain and Nigeria took over the co-leadership. There are also always two persons in lead and two countries in lead. And I'm also a member of the Northern American and European chapter of Mill Alliance, the regional chapter.
There, so you see a little bit the situation. Maybe you can react to what we're saying, Adeline?
Yeah, the first reaction would be that, of course, as you mentioned at the beginning, for us, the main coordination is at global level. The work we do on media information literacy does not focus on one region. We do a lot of work outside of Europe. But Europe has always had a very special place also in what we've done, because Europe, we mentioned this morning, the work that has been done, for instance, in relation to Digital Services Act, Digital Market Act. We didn't mention the European Media Freedom Act. Anyway, all of this in this direction, Europe has always taken a very important pioneering role in terms of developing standards. And that's also why we have this very special relationship. I would even say that in the field of media information literacy, there is this Audiovisual Media Service Act that was the first one to introduce some very specific requirements for regulators in terms of media information literacy that are really inspiring for us at UNESCO in terms of what we can do, and especially in light of the work we do on digital platform governance and developing this action plan on media information literacy. Now, the second point I just want to highlight is the fact that the coordination is key, and I believe there are different instruments that would need to be much more nurtured and revitalized, like the Alliance and these different networks. And there are different reasons that we can discuss afterwards, how to make and what are ideas to strengthen these networks. But I just want to say as well that there are as well some constraints, and some of them in particular in the work we do in the MIL unit are related that there is already, apart from having coordination with geographical groups, there is a need for better coordination within UNESCO on the work of media information literacy. UNESCO is a very complex machine. We have 5 sectors, but we have a few right now that are involved on media information literacy. So even if historically the unit is with the communication and information sector, that is the division working on freedom of expression, still we do have the colleague working from the social and human sciences working with youth organizations that also have some work to do in relation to media information literacy. We also have the colleagues from the education sector that work on digital learning, on global citizenship education, that do also have some works on media information literacy. And this is maybe a question to you. How, from an external point of view, do you see how to connect them? Because we have this interesting, how to say, and I think it's the same within the EU, if I may. Yes, because you also have different DGs that actually work on this topic. You have DigiJust, you have DigiConnect, you have DigiAC. I mean, now they will change names, but this is still something, and it's the same at UNESCO. So the complexity here is how do we have a common and a joint line. So at UNESCO, and I will stop with this, the good news is that our member states have adopted a joint program that is called the IP4 platform. And for the first time in our regular program, we have coordination kind of obligations where we're supposed to work together. And these platforms on media information literacy. So we will have some joint objectives, and I think the future program, our next program, regular program, will reinforce this. But to be very frank, as I just arrived, this has been one of my priority, and I can say there is a lot of goodwill, but it's not easy. So,
yeah, I confirm that at the level of the EU, we have the same, I don't want to say silos because it's too brusque, but it's not education that has supported media literacy ever. Not at UNESCO, not in Europe. It's information communication at UNESCO. It's DigiConnect in the old DigiLearning, e-learning GAM DigiConnect. DigiConnect is the American model. It's the one that takes care of transportation. The American model of media is that media are containers, and we don't look at the content. We transport content. Remember the highway, information highway? That is their imaginary about media. Not at all ours. Huh? But we're adopting this in the EU because we've become liberal and because we have a Trojan horse. Hi, you Greeks. We have a Trojan horse, which is England. And England is the one that spun the DigiConnect in that direction. History, but policy, that's all about how you make names, change names, etc. Because DigiConnect used to be called Information Society Division. And that made more sense, and that was following very much UNESCO's idea at the time. So at the moment, we start seeing a little bit of convergence between DigiConnect and DigiEAC. But DigiEAC is the only DG that depends on subsidiarity. Now that I said a big word, I have to deploy it. Subsidiarity means that DGEAC cannot make directives. It cannot make acts. Because education is the prerogative of each member state. So it can produce guidelines, and it's done that about digital education. And it's working with DGEAC, but it leaves the education field again to fend for itself a little bit. So that's one thing. Then, but they start having coordination, and then we are coordinated in a way that could decouple us from UNESCO in a perverse way, because of the task force on fighting disinformation, in which I was. We asked for the creation of a coordination entity, which is called EDMO, the European Digital Media Observatory, that deals with fighting disinformation and has two pillars: media literacy and fact-checking. And EDMO, which is at EUI, which is at that university that this point I mentioned in Florence, doesn't do a thing. It's supposed to coordinate us. The way it's been done, because it hasn't done a thing, is that the European Union has made a call for regions or countries to create an EDMO hub in their place. So the Nordics, who are always collaborative, who always work together, you'll tell us in a minute, they've created a hub called Nordis. The French, who are loners, individualists, etc., we have one single country and one single hub. It's called de facto. Anyways, all in all, there is 15 hubs by now, including a Greek one. Medmo. Okay, so as a result, and I speak here as the head of the European Alliance, when we used to be able to convene summits of our alliance, and we did some in Kaunas, we did some in Tampere, I think, maybe a bit earlier. We did one in Paris. The colleagues, the experts would come because they could find the funding for one big conference. But now it's two, because Edmo has a big conference every year. Guess what? We're not getting more money. We're getting less. And when people do that, they choose the local. They choose the European versus the UNESCO one that 1 year is in Europe, next year is going to be in Africa, next year is going to be in Brazil, and Brazil has done it. So you see what happens in terms of the risks of having a very wealthy now, rich, supportive system in Europe compared to other regions. I don't know if you feel that too.
Yeah, the global collaboration and global participation are quite difficult to arrange. I'm looking at the field and the coordination question from the perspective of a single scholar or an academic who wants to become part of the UNESCO context, and then I regularly encounter some questions. For example, what is the difference between the MIL Alliance and the MILIT University Network? Can you give me an suitable answer? Because I think they are doing a lot of overlapping work at the moment. The core is exchange of ideas, best practices in research and research collaborations with actors in the multi-stakeholder networks of MIL beyond the academy. But I find it sometimes a bit challenging to motivate why academics should be involved in this global participation, especially in the Nordic countries. I think the attitude towards global collaboration have diminished a bit. Like we are more focused on the local, for example, not even the Nordic collaboration, but European collaboration, and then maybe what we say international collaboration with European countries or American countries or something like that. But the global perspective is challenging, and also the Nordic perspective is challenging. It's something that falls in between the local collaborations or national collaborations and the European collaborations. So I'm always trying to find some arguments for scholars to get involved in the genuinely global real collaboration, and if the collaboration had some clearer boundaries, we would have functions, clearer work division between these forums. It would maybe support or increase the willingness to engage and be as an academic in policy and collaboration context. Because the question is for a single individual academic is also the roles between UNESCO's forums, these two networks, and then the big conferences, media and communication and journalism studies conferences that also provide forums for discussion on MIL research or MIL-related research. For example, recently, now next week, we will have the ECREA conference, and we created a new temporary working group called Media Literacies and Communication Competencies. So there is a new forum for discussing these questions. On the other hand, those forums are needed, and they are like not excluding each other. It's better to have more forums because they also support research that's being done, because scholars are like observing that there are channels to discuss this work, and they get support for their work, and their disciplinary identity as MIL researchers will become stronger. So we need these structures. But the coordination is the key. When there are still new fora emerging, how to coordinate between them. Because I increasingly myself have the feeling that we always start from the scratch, like we are, what's going on in the broad field of media literacy and related research, and the same things are circulating on these different forums.
Right, and I am going to answer your question. Backtracking, because it's a question that is repeated now. I mean, media literacy evolved as the work of practitioners. It was teachers on the ground telling themselves, hell, I want to teach language. Oh, where am I going to find authentic corpus to hear authentic Finn or authentic Swedish? Media. So it often started in many countries in the main language or the secondary language instruction, because suddenly the teachers were asking themselves, hang on, I'm using media, but am I using media critically? Am I not exposing the students to whatever? So it started like that. And for a long time, that was stopping us when we wanted to upgrade media literacy. Policymakers would say to us, where's the research? Where's the evidence-based proof that you're effective? How are you evaluating? And guess what? Practitioners don't do any of these things. So we started a movement among ourselves in the universities, saying we have to have a network of researchers where we share research perspectives, methodologies, etc., so as to train the practitioners. Okay, you follow me? So that's why we had MILID, the network of researchers. But media literacy, as you've seen it, and we've talked about it today, journalists, librarians, politicians, activists, youth workers, we are a multi-stakeholder community also, where a lot is done on the ground, in libraries, not necessarily the formal system of universities or schools is the most active part. When we talk about MIL cities, we are doing it somewhere else because we are trying to reinvent the way we learn. And school is only one part of it in this new paradigm that we're trying to put forward. Platforms out there also, an extra actor. So how to take care of that? And how to take care of the fact that in some countries, there's no school system because the state goes bankrupt. In some countries, only libraries are the place where knowledge is sustained in a sustainable way. In some cities, because the rest of the cities go bankrupt. That's the global vision. Schools bankrupt, states bankrupt, libraries bankrupt. UNESCO comes up saying we need an alliance because we have to keep supporting the population. That's their mission. Even when states go bankrupt, go rogue, and God knows with disinformation, we have a lot of rogue actors, but they're there. Are we going to abandon the Ukrainians or the Russians because their leaders are nuts? Ethically, it's complicated. But anyway, so that's why the alliance came also. The alliance is an alliance of partners in which the researchers are one item. You see how and why. But the rest, but then if it's not supported effectively, if there's not a bit of money to maintain one person or half a secretariat, the coordination is complicated. Because there's a lot of goodwill, and God knows merit is given for this association, but after a while, things have to be turned over to somebody else. It's normal. You can't, she would be accused of being the dictator of MIL, forget it. But, we have to be able to create a rotation, which is why MILID is also called a rotating chair, which is to say, there's not one chair in the UN that owns mail. We share it. I mean, I write it differently, and we share the shares. And it's because that's the idea, is to keep sharing. So I don't know if you want to react to that, because I'm sort of putting the money thing on.
Yeah, but I think it's first of all, and it's a disclaimer here because I'm still learning. I haven't been in this position for long enough to have been at a good understanding of many of the challenges that are related to the alliance and the different networks, but I'm learning, and I've now spent quite some time to have a good understanding. What I know for sure is that there are some structural issues in relation to the alliance, which is that we are still missing a good database to have a good understanding of who are the members, and this is the trigger of many issues, because when you do not have clear idea of who the members are, it's very difficult then to organize the coordination in a transparent manner. So this is something we're working on, and for sure a big priority. I do believe, in my opinion, that but maybe I'm wrong, and that's also why I think, like, not being a dictator, this is something that needs to be organized in a dialogue with all of the members in order to see what are their expectations. When this network was created, it was already now many years ago. It was even before social media arose. So there has been a massive shift in the way, as we discussed, the information ecosystem. So how I see it is basically it should be a network of network with different categories of stakeholders, because as you mentioned, media information literacy is a truly multi-stakeholder field. And one of the pillars in terms of the academic could be the MILIT network, and is already seen as the MILIT network should be leading in terms of the academic world, and the research in the field of media information literacy, but of course there should be as well a coordination with other kinds of stakeholders. You mentioned, Divina, EDMO and the work. Just for you to know, one of the things I've already started when I started, because I used to work quite a lot with the EU, is to have coordination meeting with EDMO. We have now a cooperation for the upcoming Global Meal Week. They're joining the campaign, they've shared it, but of course the work they do is very specific in relation to disinformation and the work with fact-checking. So again, for me that's a second pillar where you can have coordination. I think in the longer run what we need to have is a kind of a structured way with these different stakeholders within the alliance, and kind of a mapping, and then also try to still keep in mind that UNESCO's main added value is a laboratory of idea and a convening power. It doesn't mean that everybody will be able to maybe meet every year in these forums, but according to each year as well, the topic that we are choosing might not be of interest to all of the stakeholders. It might be, but sometimes maybe less. So I think it's also something where there can be also like maybe specific focus given to some of the stakeholder groups according to the topic that is being discussed. In any case, coordination, I totally agree, is the key, and this is also like now one of the objectives that we have in mind. Now, I do think there will be a need to have a conversation if there at some stage there is a need to change some of the revise, but I would say revise is the right terms. The objective and the status define a new roadmap for this alliance based on the fact that this is a new environment, and agree on what are the objectives and how this network can fit in UNESCO's work. So, but this is, and that will be my last one, I think this is something that needs to be taken point and step by step, and that is a process rather than, in French you say la charrue avant les bœufs, I don't know how you say that, but the carriage in front of the horse. You have to be like, following a certain path in order to be able to have this reflection, and that needs to be very inclusive with everyone being engaged in this conversation, because it's not just us to dictate what the alliance needs to do.
Exactly, that was what I was willing to say. It's quite tricky to come and coordinate researchers and research communities, because science and research have their own a specific character that needs to be always taken into account, the integrity and autonomy of research. Researchers need to define their own research agendas and deriving from their disciplinary traditions. They see what is relevant to research right now, and this is also the strength of and the purpose of scientific research. It's not dependent on policy or authorities' doings or politics. And this distinction needs to be maintained in the multi-stakeholder collaboration. And this is tricky because sometimes researchers are also very allergic to policymakers or other actors in the like coming to them and saying, this is what you should research right now. But these networks, especially the Alliance, which has the purpose of bringing different actors together, the negotiation and the dialogue about what is relevant, those agendas, the multi-stakeholder agendas, are formed in that dialogue, in those networks. And I see that Mill Alliance is a very fantastic forum for that, for us researchers. And Mill University Network, I see that as more as an academic in its character, at least it should be. That universities, university representatives come together and are conducting an internal scientific discussion on these issues while still monitoring the world and being in collaboration with the other actors. I see that could be a functional differentiation between these two networks, but for example, in our regional chapter, most of the Mill Alliance representatives are academics doing academic research, so we should find more other actors to include.
But I think what you see in your region is a lot of academic actors, but I must say right now that we see a rise in the number of stakeholders that want to join the Alliance and that not academia. So that's also why we need to have a kind of a better structured way of dealing, because maybe the impression you're having is mainly academia because they are the one historically that have been involved in the Alliance. Yeah. But I must say really like it's incredible the number of the variety of stakeholders that are approaching us at the moment because they want to join the work of the Alliance.
And they can gain from research academic perspectives and the other way around. I need to say that I wouldn't be the same person as an academic and scholar if I hadn't had these perspectives that UNESCO collaboration has given to me.
Yeah, and I think this is the added value and the beauty of having a place to exchange lessons, good practices, and know what has been done in research in other countries and what are the issues.
That's, I think we have to think in terms of added value if we want to keep the yoke together, the EU and the UNESCO together. Because there's a new hurdle, I mean a new something happening, coming from the south. And what they tell us, European researchers, Western researchers, is you need to decolonize Mill. Yeah. Hello, Philippe. You need to decolonize Mill. They're telling us you have been formatting the field for so long that you're seeing it from a European perspective. Yes, of course. So there are plenty of things that you're not taking into account from a cultural perspective, from the way we are organized. For instance, the reason Mill cities is a catching idea in the South is that they work more as a collective, and cities are collectives. They work more in the street. We work in the schools. The best examples we have of Mill in Brazil and things like that is kids being taught cinema and press in the streets. Why not? Migrants, and we have to anticipate that there's going to be a major migration coming to Europe. It's a blind side of media literacy because we already have so much trouble dealing with our own local populations that adding the migrants issue is a sort of something that we can do postpone as long as we can. But then, and people are telling us, Africa, your resources, yes, they're great, they're very tech, but we are in forests. Bring us your interactive quizzes. It's insulting. So we have to think of ways of having them become a different thing. I was telling an example to Adeline yesterday. We did a MOOC, a massive online course about disinformation for Europeans, but people from Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Burundi, is no longer Burundi, anyways, Republic of Congo joined. And we went and trained them there for a week using the resources. And they said, we can't, we go into zones that are at risk because there's fight between tribes and the borders, and the Russians are helping, back and forth. But we also go to areas that are where internet is not accessible all the time. So how do you do it? And they did it. So they did what? Things we never do in Europe. Plays, stories that are danced in the square, bande dessinée, cartoons, things that you have on paper that you can distribute. That's decolonizing us, it's telling us, yeah, you can put a lot of energy in high-level, high-tech resources, but you know what? Paper and scissors work just as well sometimes, and you have to accept it. It's not the same product at the end, but you're still getting the message through. So that's what's interesting working globally is that you get these messages, and they challenge you and they enrich you also. And I think that's why I like doing that. But we do have to consider this decolonization perspective and help actually establish it.
And actually, you are now talking about the idea that I wanted to highlight also in my presentation previously today about seeing societies as consisting of minority societies as well. That the world is not only there, and they are only, we shouldn't think of them and us. The migrants are us. They are also part of our society, and we can find those cultural influences among us already. The world is interconnected, and the decolonization can be something part of the very local work. Yeah.
That's what I say. We have ourselves too.
Yeah.
In our own countries, we have ourselves.
And what I wanted just to say, and also like in relation, I mean, that's for me the real beauty of being in this unit of media information literacy, because indeed we have such a global perspective. I believe one of the pity maybe is that it has not been always given sufficient visibility, the outcomes of the work that UNESCO's colleagues across the world are doing in terms of media information literacy and the results. It's absolutely incredible because they are, of course, fully aware, and they are in the different contexts, and everything they do is tailored to the needs and to the situation at local level. And I'm trying to do that, is to right now publish more regularly the news from the field colleagues so that they are actually pushed as well on the main page of UNESCO, that they are being shared, because we have an incredible amount of experiences, activities, and really different way of thinking media information literacy in all of these countries. So that's something as well. We're trying to have a kind of, at some stage, a repository of all these good practices that we have
there. Maybe now we can open to the floor. From this point now, how much time do you give us? You're master of the clock.
Okay. We have this collection at 4:30, so we do have some time. It depends on the questions and
Can we say that we forfeit a coffee break, no coffee break, you go and get your coffee, and that way we can talk and then we continue?
Yes.
You agree?
Yes,
Marathon is something we often do in
yes, of
literacy.
course. We're going to spare the
Okay, so shoot at us.
Well, I want to ask a question. UNESCO and the EU collaborate very closely. And we see that almost always, the European Union tries to step up on what UNESCO has done and what the Council of Europe has done. And the European Union tries to implement these things, these ideas from intergovernmental organizations like UNESCO and the Council of Europe. So the EU has the possibility of moving more towards media information literacy, and indeed the European Union has put a lot of effort for the EU action plan for democracy. So the European Union believes that this is vital for democracy. And we see that in the Digital Services Act, media literacy is also used. And in the directive for audiovisual media. So what would UNESCO like EU to do in order to be more Europe-centric? Instead of decolonize, I change the game and I say, what do you want Europe to do?
Well, you need to see the point that the cooperation with the European Union is twofold and is very strong. There is a cooperation at the policy level, but then, so there is internal cooperation. For instance, what I mentioned yesterday, the work on the guidelines for digital platform governance. We had a special connection and work stream with colleagues from DG Connect that had been working on the DSA. So there is a cooperation at policy level, and we are very much exchanging. And there is, like, of course, a lot of the conversation in relation to the, for instance, of the Digital Services Act, were that the fact that you have a different political context in Europe with specific safeguards in relation to freedom of expression that you do not necessarily have it elsewhere in the world. So that's also why there was a very interesting dialogue with the European Union. And when it comes to media information literacy, this has been embedded, as you said, in the Digital Services Act, in the Audiovisual Media Services Act, and for us, this can serve as really good guiding, good practices and example. So this is really something that we're using and referring to as example. For instance, now the case that member states within the European Union have reporting obligations every year on what they're doing on media information literacy is an interesting step forward in terms of reporting and gathering data that we don't have in other countries. So that's just an example, like at this level. But then externally, and I think that's also something to highlight, is that the EU is one of the main donors of UNESCO in terms of the implementation of programs that are like implemented at global level. So there is this cooperation that is internal and external. And the cooperation at external level is also very important for UNESCO, and especially for the communication and information sector. EU has become one of the main, I think it was last year was the first one. I mean, it depends, but you have this as well, the Swedish and the Nordic countries, but you have as well like the EU, and altogether they are the first donor for programs related to support of freedom of expression, but also media information literacy. So the programs I have mentioned before that were about addressing harmful content across the world in conflict-prone environment, those were project funded and are project funded by the European Union. Right now we have just about finalized, and we will sign very soon, a new project to implement these guidelines that I mentioned on digital platform governance, and this will be also funded by the European Union, because they do have an interest, as well from their side, to learn about the impact or to, you know, the rollout of these guidelines that is very much in line, at least in the way it's been developed with the DSA. It's not the DSA. The DSA is a regulation. The guidelines is are guidelines. But EU is also, for them, it's also interesting to follow and to see what is happening with those guidelines at global level, because of course the EU has also an interest in promoting its digital services at globally. So we have a very strong cooperation, but it's important to distinguish what is happening within the EU and then also what is happening, between the EU at global level. So the cooperation is being done in at various levels, and again, it's very complex because we deal with many different DGs, and then we deal with the representation within countries. So we have different structured dialogue with the EU, and in order to better coordinate, this year, actually 2 months ago, we had the first high-level structured dialogue with the EU, which was a very big step forward.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody has a question for Marit, but she has a plane to catch. So maybe we could ask. We want to know about the Nordics, who are leaders in many ways.
I have a general question.
A general question, go ahead.
You mentioned, and I do get it, I do understand the rationale, maybe the usefulness of this decolonization perspective. But at the same time, I'm rather skeptical about the usefulness and the credibility of such an approach. Why is that? A Western perspective, wherever it comes, it's very solid. It's the result of a cultural evolution, so on and so forth. Now, if you want to go towards the direction of...
One moment, sir. One moment.
Thank you very much.
So that everybody can hear you.
Yeah, got it. So, just to repeat myself, even though I do understand the notion and maybe the reason for having a decolonization perspective, at the same time, I'm rather skeptical about its credibility and its ability to reach us. Why I mentioned this one, I'm saying one perspective is the result of many different evolutionary process, cultural predominance and other things. Whereas a decolonization perspective is a process. So I'm just, and this is what the comment is about, like it's whether an inclusive collective perspective is more useful, because afterward it's much better to know that each perspective, the angle through which it sees things, rather than claiming neutrality. Thank you.
She is the inclusive, but I'm the decolonized. Remember this morning when I said we, the Greeks, the French, etc., we have been colonized by Hollywood in the way to think about AI? But guess what? It's very annoying. It's very annoying not to have had a word, not to have been able to say, we want ethics by design. We want media and information literacy by design. So can you imagine Africa, the least connected of our continents, and we've dropped on them miles and miles and miles of optical fiber. They're super equipped. And nothing else. No structure, no content, etc. And I tell you, we don't have the same needs. We don't need AI. We are intelligent together ourselves the way we're organized. You're dumping these things on us, and then you're selling us the object by saying, oh, it's okay, you can have media and information literacy and everybody will be up to date, and you leapfrog. Remember the expression leapfrog? You go from being people living in the forest and to people living in high rises somewhere in Saudi Arabia. It's perceived as extremely aggressive and extremely disruptive and non-dialogic. There's no dialogue. You sort of drop the thing and run with it. So just the way we can be extremely annoyed and have to organize ourselves with incredible means to put down something called the AI Act, with incredible lobbies in Brussels who sit at each meeting, one American and 9 lawyers behind them for every sentence we say, because that's the situation. And people meeting civil society groups like mine in the corridors saying, if you say something about Facebook, you will not be funded. And of course, this is never written anywhere. Can you imagine what's happening in Africa? Conakry, any place where these things are happening and absolutely nobody can organize themselves in order to minimally counteract. Well, yes, I feel like a colonizer, and I feel I have to give them a means to rebel, even if it's against the proposals we have for meal, that tend to be very generous models. I think we are all sincere, will to transmit and to change things. But we still come with our glasses, and we come offering, and they haven't asked for. That is the conundrum.
And about the decolonization in our contemporary societies, I see it with regard to minorities, or if we are talking about the linguistic minorities. Why does decolonization of theories matter? Because these theories have been created on the condition of the majority society perspectives, which mean a certain choice or selection of certain languages while excluding others, or ethnic, cultural identities while excluding others. And to build a more inclusive society, we also need to critically examine the foundations of our theories and assumptions of society and of ourselves, and be conscious of that they entail power relations that exclude some groups while privileging others. And I think that also applies to media and information literacy and our media theories, journalism theories, everything. And I think decolonization and deconstructing these power relations has also to do something with trust. We build trust in society by decolonization, by acknowledgement of some minority groups, especially those who have been long there, but have never been seen, have never been acknowledged, but been lived under the pressure of some conditions that are not true to them. They have been oppressed or repressed. They have not had the rights to their own language and culture and identity as such. I'm thinking about the national minorities, for example, in Sweden, and there are almost all minorities have had a so-called formal reconciliation process with the state, where the history had been rethought. Now, the Sami processes are still ongoing, but the Meänkieli, the Tornedians have also completed their own process with the state, and the Roma people also have their own white book already for a long time ago, and there is a long-term strategy for their inclusion in society. And by taking away these hindrances and making it more inclusive for these minorities, we can build a more cohesive societal base to, for example, promote media and information literacy.
That would be the word for your conclusion.
So
Your
please, Marit, yes. The time has come for me. Yes, thank you.
I personally don't have much to add to this conversation. I mean, exactly.
Okay, we've agreed not to conclude. Is that okay with you? Because this is an ongoing process, so it means there's going to be more meetings.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be part of this community, in part because I'm based in California. It's very early here in the morning, but a lot of my work is focused on Greece and on Europe and in the EU more generally. The theme of today's conference and the theme of my intervention in particular connect well. I'm focused on migration and misinformation, how communication and miscommunication can weaken an already challenging legal field. I want to start to say that this work is collaborative, and I'm just mentioning the names of 2 former PhD students who helped run large teams. You will see some data. Laurel Jackley was a PhD student here and is now a professor at Harvard. Melissa Carlson was a PhD student here and is now working for the US government. And the photo Melissa chose was not refugees on a boat, the standard image, but refugees plugging in their cell phones because the technology needs and the technology tools have changed significantly. We're not having refugees listen to the radio or the television, but get individualized information and misinformation from specific groups. So one puzzle is why refugees might not apply in the first safe country for asylum, continue through very unsafe routes, through smugglers. Another question is how international, regional, and national laws influence their behavior, how governments communicate, and often how governments withhold information. One of my key questions about the UN Refugee Agency is their unwillingness to tell migrants that their asylum claim is highly likely to be approved or not. And finally, I'd like to start by saying that person-to-person communication within communities has always been critical. Rumors have always been critical. But now that we have websites, social media, WhatsApp, video, we need to think very carefully about who is talking to whom and who is trusted. Is it the smugglers? Is it co-ethnics? Is it governments and international organizations? I'll start by talking about the 2015-2016 migration crisis. This is the official story, the vision of the refugee crisis as seen through the European press, as seen through the Greek government, where we have a peak in mid-2015 and the EU-Turkey deal in 2016 significantly limits flows and the media stopped covering migration as much after that moment. In contrast, what my team and I did was focus on what's happening from the perspective of migrants and refugees, what's happening in those Facebook groups, what's happening in other kinds of communities before and after this key moment. I thought I might illustrate some of what we're doing with cartoons. So the European Union has a migration problem. The European Union has seen far-right parties rise to power, and yet part of the effort is just to cover it up, have the challenge disappear. Some of the problems have to do centrally with implementation. So we have regimes that predate 2015. We have regimes that are consistent with the 1951 convention and in fact more generous. We have regimes in which being recognized as a refugee confers very significant benefits in terms of employment, in terms of benefits, in terms of being able to bring in family members. Subsidiary protection confers a smaller set of those benefits, and yet a lot of people do not apply for asylum. One number that was important to me was that in 2015, almost 1 million people crossed through Greece, and yet fewer than 5% applied for asylum in Greece. And when people applied and ultimately their cases went through in Greece and in other countries for Syrians, the rate of success was above 95%, but the delays were extremely significant. The risks of delayed applications are also frustrating to governments as well as to applicants. So the argument I will be developing is that in crisis situations, rumors and misinformation proliferate. They create destructive negative feedback cycles, and these encourage non-compliance with legal regimes. They encourage non-compliance with a broad range of governmental policies, and they undermine the capacity of the government to manage a crisis. So another cartoon just for to show kind of how part of this language difficulty is panning out. So an asylum seeker saying, look, I don't speak the language. My son is learning very well their language. I thought their key values, I thought it was democracy. In fact, it is bureaucracy that they're talking about. Another cartoon focused on misinformation. There's the welcome to Germany sign, and the police is pointing to it and saying, like, it says you must go back. So when we thought about misinformation in the past and the role of governments in rumor dissemination, much of our thinking focused on active wartime or police or operations where there is a government, there's a military unit, we want to hide its whereabouts, the government is actively deceiving a foreign leader, and this leads to uncertainty, and then this in turn leads to low compliance with policy. What my team and I were focused on is how a government that actually doesn't want to disseminate rumors can nevertheless allow space for smugglers by creating distrust. For example, the Greek and other governments changed the policy in 2015 many, many times. The policy on how to register to begin the asylum process was changed at least 4 times, in part to deal with changing numbers and practicalities. But at the same time, when you're told on the one hand, you need to call a phone number, or a bus is going to come, or don't pre-register, from the migrant perspective, this might seem that the whole process is a scam. When you wait on a line because there are no translators available, you might end up believing that there is absolutely no one else on the other line. Another key choice international organizations and governments make is to limit information. They say, we can't tell you anything about your claim until it is finalized, whereas a smuggler, on the other hand, might say everything will go great, you'll be in Germany by Tuesday. Incentives are very, very different. And with changing policies, limits on information dissemination, and inconsistent policy implementation, we generate lots and lots of uncertainty. This is critical to migrants and refugees. They seek out information from all of their sources, and they act on information they receive, information they might think is perhaps false, but they hope it's true when they're uncertain because the government is not clearly providing information, and this leads to low compliance with policy. We did a lot of data work. I want to emphasize one of the key policy and legal challenges, as well as a research challenge, is language. I remember that in doing field work, we were told, oh, it's going to be so difficult to enter the camps and you need processes. And then when we mentioned, oh, you know, like, how about like Melissa come in because she speaks Arabic? They're like, oh my goodness, Arabic, please come in. We need translators. We need someone to help our medics. And for languages like Farsi, the needs were even more significant. And other methodological challenges, of course, the preference that people in status situations that are not clear might have for anonymity. So we did a lot of ethnography, a lot of interviews, and we also benefited from the Facebook policies at the time and from work of NGOs. So Facebook at the time allowed us to look through what refugee-focused groups that were public, not private, were communicating on. And large NGOs were focused on publishing bulletins to correct misinformation and to collect the rumors that they had to correct. They had stations in the various camps in downtown Athens, in key cities. So they collected that information for their own purposes, shared it with us, and we could analyze this. This is different from the classic ethnography, the classic journalistic work, which focuses on 10 or 20 people. We were able to do this on a much larger scale and to look across geographies. So one topic we found was that rapid changes in how you initiate an asylum claim leads refugees and others to avoid engagement with UNHCR and with government officials, to avoid accessing services that require them to give personal information, and to express increased willingness to use smugglers. One of my co-researchers, Melissa Carlson, again, volunteered for various NGOs, and the right answer the NGOs told her when people asked about the law was, oh, go and ask people at the UNHCR table right next to me, and the refugee answer was just laughter because they did not believe that this process would lead to any useful information. I'm going to show you how the Greek and EU governments sought to communicate information about the legal process. This is the simplified version. This is a flowchart on what the steps are. And they created simple posters that they put, this is outside Skaramagas, on some pole outside a camp. And especially women were not able to easily access this information. As you can see, it is a multi-step process and it looks complicated. Let me instead contrast this with what people were able to access on their phones. This is a poster designed by a smuggling operation. You see that at every step, there is language, just the key facts, just the key words, a city name in the local language in Arabic. There are visuals for the key mode of transportation. You'll go by boat and you'll pay $1,000. This is much better designed from the perspective of someone who wants to communicate effectively, even if outside the bounds of legality. So this is how to go from Smyrna to Germany, and what you'll pay on the way, and what signs you need to focus on. The second point I'd like to talk about is on how restriction of information leads to distrust and increase in rumors. The whole process ends up being believed as being a scam. Again, it wasn't a scam, but that's really hard to know. One of the projects my team undertook is to code thousands of Facebook posts and to say, what is this Facebook post about? These are posts in groups that focus on refugee concerns in Farsi and Arabic. There were lots of Facebook groups that were intended to be multilingual and multicultural, welcome refugees. Those communities simply did not take off. So these are communities of co-ethnics that are talking about soccer in their home country, the corruption in their home country, as well as asylum applications and other types of events that matter to them. All of this information, by the way, is on a website. The website is digitalrefuge.berkeley.edu. It's available in English, in Greek, in Farsi, in Arabic. So you can go and it's interactive. And what we're doing on this heat map is suggesting that posts have a tone. You can be optimistic, you can be happy, or you can be depressed. And we've marked green as the positive tone and red as the negative tone. And we put every single day of 2015, 2016, and 2017 on this calendar. And the easiest pattern that emerges is that we start off with a lot of green in 2015 and end up with a lot of negativity, a lot of red in 2017. And you can click on every one of these cells to see how people were feeling that day. We also compared what countries refugees were talking about. This was the 2016 asylum sharing deal. We have similar measures in the 2024 agreements. Refugees were talking about a handful of European countries And for example, no one knew that Portugal was a country that was hoping to welcome lots of refugees. People knew Germany, Sweden, and not much more. Let me show you another cartoon here, how to think about this solidarity fund, this idea that once a country that is on the European periphery, Greece or Italy, receives lots of refugees, then other countries will help with the relocation, will help with funds or in some other way. One NGO said, this is the Solidarity Fund. Dear member states, takes as much as you like, but what they're offering really is barbed wire fencing rather than the money, rather than the help. And of course, this is all happening in the context of European votes that, especially in the Netherlands, especially in Italy, especially in Germany, are moving further and further to the far right. This was a cartoon right before the most recent European elections. I hesitate between a vote against Europe in particular or against democracy in general. Here we see Ursula von der Leyen and Italian leader Giorgia Meloni trying to Europeanize what might have been a national problem and trying to cover up how the solution is working. The United Front for the new migration pact being satirized. Now, this is not quite my view. My view is that there is some good that we can see within these responsibility sharing agreements. A different co-author and I, Elena Chachko, a professor at Berkeley, decided to look historically at all of the ways in which governments share the responsibility for hosting refugees and just put them on a spectrum. If you are willing to have an agreement that says we will help host some refugees or we will offer money, that we put on the progressive spectrum. If this agreement is not bilateral but is multilateral, if it is not a promise that can be revoked at any time, but it is binding, we again put this at the progressive end of the spectrum. And we wrote this article shortly before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So we, at the time, had classified the EU-Turkey deal, some new pact proposals, the U.S. resettlement program, the U.S. safe third country agreements, and the proposals at the UN Global Compact on these dimensions. But we had to write a postscript to our article because the Ukraine response, which said nobody needs to apply for asylum, your existing visas will grant you a lot of rights temporarily. These rights are given to everyone of Ukrainian nationality, and we want to encourage you to go to the EU state of your choice, where you have friends, where you have family, where there are jobs. This was simply extraordinarily generous and unimaginable to us just a few months before. Let me just say that while I don't know of any conversations for replicating the Ukraine deal in Europe, in the US, some special visas that were given to Ukrainians were then given to Haitians, Venezuelans, and other minorities due to public pressure that the Ukrainians were treated much more generously than other groups. So coming back to rumors, we thought about the scopes in which rumors matter the most. When you've got a stable framework and a developed country, that is much less likely to give space for rumors. That's what we thought before the Trump election, before what we have seen since. Now we know rumors are critical everywhere, but they're especially relevant when we have crisis situations where people need to make decisions quickly, where something extraordinary is in fact happening, and trust in government might not be high. So let me wrap up. A key point is that rumors matter, and that in an information change, communication in the appropriate language through trusted sources, through not only public mass media, but through the channels refugees and asylum seekers use, is critical if we want to have effective policy, if we want to see laws enforced if we want to see those refugees that have valid asylum claims obtain asylum and people who do not get sorted. So the refugee regime has lots of pressure points. We have a lot of discussion already about individuals' claims to protection. There's lots of discussion. It is very controversial to have responsibility sharing, even as in 2024, this was generalized in the new Migration Pact. And the use of social media has not been discussed as much as is necessary in the legal framework. So let me end here, see if there are any questions or comments, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you I would like to thank very much Mrs. Despina Anagnostopoulou and the University of Macedonia for having me here. And I'm very happy to see so many friends among the audience and so many students. And I'm going to speak about MIL in Greek education a bit. Not so much in terms of policies, but in terms of what happens in the classroom, actually. Then we have, in many countries, actually, we have this problem, and we have it in Greece as well. We don't have media literacy in schools yet, while we do have some policies more or less in place. The educators are not trained because we do not have MIL classes or courses at the universities. So no the pedagogy schools, nor the media schools, we do not have media literacy. So the educators do not know what MIL is, and they interpret the MIL concepts ad hoc, according to what they know, according to what their experience, or what is convenient for the classroom. Also, there are many definitions of MIL. Others believe that MIL is safe navigation. Others believe that MIL is fake news and protection from disinformation. There are many different interpretations of what people do in the classroom. And also, there is no standardized framework, educational framework, or policy framework for what the teacher delivers in the classroom to the students. At the same time, the background of all this is that as consistently PISA is finding in the last decade or so, reading comprehension is really low in Greece. So the basic literacy. Now, the problem, of course, is obvious that there is this mismatch in between the needs of the students in the classroom and what the educators are capable of offering them. And the students are media experts, actually, in technical terms and in practical terms, not so much in critical terms, though. And they have to unlearn what the habits that they already develop outside the classroom so as to learn again how they can critically utilize media, so become media literate. This situation, just because media is galloping and artificial intelligence is galloping, and information and disinformation and misinformation coexist in various spheres of media online, creates a very dangerous, explosive situation for young people because they can be victimized, they can be influenced by partisan positions or even hate positions if they do not have the criteria to understand why we read what we read on the media. We have to consider this problem in the background of what the new habitat of young people is. They live online as they live in the physical life at the same time. And they have started creating habits of how to consume information and how to think about language and about information. With many distractions, in fragmented ways, with shallow reading, they adopt opinions from here and there. The criteria, the main criterion always is what their friends believe and what the family believes in some political issues, for example, but that's it. No other technical or critical or intellectual criterion in place. And so the point is how to bridge the practical and technical skills that and capacities that the students already have with the use of media devices with what the school as an institution tries to convey in educating them. And as I said before, still in even in the policies, there is still a distorted impression of what MIL is. It is the interpretation given is mostly connected to the visual than the linguistic or the informative. This is due to several reasons. First, because we have a legacy of audiovisual programs in Greece. So media literacy in Greece was developed via audiovisual works, actually. And also, when we open up a dictionary or a Google, a machine translation application, the first translation that comes from literacy is actually regards the media. For media literacy regards the media, the actual visual aspect of the media, and not the informative one. In the recent decade, we have had, fortunately, in the Greek literature, several works that have been trying to see how the various, the Digicom network framework and the MIL networks and frameworks are being absorbed by the Greek educational community. I have in my presentation several researchers and several works that have been published in the last decade. If some students would like to know some of these names so as to study further, or if they would like to work on media literacy in their university projects, or maybe postgraduate studies, maybe they could utilize all this bibliography here. So we have qualitative surveys, we have quantitative surveys, we have interviews with teachers, we have theoretical studies. And the point is that at this moment, we even have studies from the trade unions of teachers, both in primary and secondary school. And the educators, they all say that despite the existence of policies, we are not trained in MIL. We want to know more about digital literacies. We want to know what to do with our students who are better than us, but they feel they do not have the authority even to convey any new knowledge to them. So there is this big gap in between what the policies say, what the students know, and what the educators can deliver. Again, here you can see some of the names of the titles that you can read as regards research with students and research with educators. Again, the students in universities say that they do not know how to use the media skills that they already have. They do not know how to employ them, how to critically use them. And this has been shown in many doctoral dissertations and in many quantitative surveys also. And they do not have, they want to have systematic and formal education. All of them say that we want to have a course at the university teaching us all this content. Of course, at the same time, in parallel, the Greek state and the Greek Ministry of Education tries to develop a lot of content and some tools to help the teachers with digital literacies. This was also this was very much enhanced during the COVID period, where they tried to advance the materials they would give. But again, it's very cumbersome to utilize this content and these tools, and also it's not so. All these tools are not so attractive, so they cannot reach out to the students so much. So we have a lot of initiatives from the Ministry of Education for Todedro, digital schools, or TV education. We have a specific channel which is called Educational Channel. Also, they try to convey some of this information, but again, it has to be sexier in order to reach the students. That's true. What is really interesting is that there is a project which is called Polytropi Glossa, multimodal language, which is around 8 years now. And they have said, they say that we need 7 axes for the approach to language in schools, media literacy being one of them. this is very interesting that there is such a study which has been produced at the national level. At the same time, due to the fact that media literacy is already an obligation for the European states, Greece reports on what they have done on media literacy. Policy is not my main area. There are some other researchers and other bodies in Greece, for example, the Secretariat for Communication or ECOME, etc., who are more expert in policies. But what I want to see is how these policies translate into practice in the classrooms. So despite the fact that the reports that we submit to the EU include some advancements and some enhancements in the situation, for example, how we support digital innovation, how we develop digital skills for all citizens, how we create, how provide access to all, etc. However, while we have now the National Digital Skills Academy, which has online content, but very few citizens. I have met no person that knows that this exists, and they can go online and learn some things about misinformation and about how to think critically and how not to click when whatever. And we also have the National Digital Skills and Employment Alliance. This is something that I think doesn't operate yet, but it's going to transform actually the way learning is taking place in the classroom. Again, we are expecting to see how these initiatives are going to be implemented in practice. Still, the challenges are many. As I said before, educators are not trained. Students are very expert in digital devices and media. We also do not have measurable data of the situation where we stand. We do not know exactly what we know, what we do. We do not know what happens in the classroom, not only in media literacy, but in any kind of literacy, mathematics, geography, whatever. We do not know what happens in the classroom, what the educators do. So there is no report, no provision for this in the Greek education system. And usually most programs in classroom or outside for general public focus on the protection. And that's how also minors are represented, are entering the discourse on media literacy. They are the victims of cyber attacks, for example, or they should be very careful when they go online. There is no critical thinking developed. There is no provision for media production in terms of being critically informative for others, how to collectively produce content. We have very problematic Greek curriculum, overloaded with obsolete subjects. And also another important problem is the teacher's attitude towards digital technologies. Many times they are reluctant to learn something new and to implement something new. So we need to enhance the strategies, the policies that are already in place, at least on paper. But we want to have very specific targets within this national strategy as regards to what we want the schools to do. And we need to have assessment criteria. How do we know if we are media trained or media literate? We also need to implement some pilot projects. Before we say that we are ready to implement MIL, we need some pilot projects to see how we can experiment with what we propose. And of course, we need to have pedagogical models for media literacy and for news literacy, since we'll be speaking about misinformation all the time. We need pedagogical models. We need to modernize the curriculum. We need to have media literacy horizontally in all subjects, not only in the foreign language or the language classes at the primary school, no, at all classes, history, biology, mathematics, whatever, Latin, ancient Greek. We need media literacy because information is everywhere. And of course, we need to have courses of MIL at the universities, not only the pedagogy and the media courses departments, but all the departments, because all professionals need MIL today when they go out to the market. And also we need a database. So we have to map the actual activity into some databases so that we know where we stand. We need to enhance the Greek literature and the Greek research on mill. We need the scientific support to the Ministry of Education, because now we have some mill experts. In the last decade, there are several people, and there is a volume of content that has been developed. So advice to the Ministry of Education can be provided in the national, local, and regional level. And of course, raising awareness of the general public is always a target that has to coexist. And family support, because families have to be supported. And this has to go through the Ministry of Education, and of course, the Ministry of Family and Social Cohesion, I think is the name, because that's where everything starts before we go to school. And of course, materials and toolkits have to be developed. Thank you so much. If you have any short question I can answer, otherwise, because we are a bit behind, we can continue with our schedule.
Mill in Greece. I have. I'm also a vice president of the Greek Library Association, and we started from 2018 with media literacy and libraries in December in Athens. We have already recorded the presentation. So when I was searching what happens in Greece and in Europe, so I advised that presentations. Well, during 2019, we had a huge conference with IFLA. IFLA is the International Federation of Library Associations, for people who don't know it. So 3,000 people and 3,000 and a half visited Athens, and we exchanged a lot of ideas and best practices in many subjects. Well, during COVID, we had the chance with the Athens Lifelong Learning through a European Erasmus project to get familiar with the media literacy and have a role as a media coach. So we were educated for the role of media coach, the digital privacy, media addiction, cyberbullying, personal identity on social media, sexualization, mismal, this hate speech, online gaming, and deepfake. It was a good time for us because we couldn't go anywhere, so it helped a lot the librarians community in Greece. Through 2022, we had a BLIDA conference. BLIDA is the European Libraries Association. Some subjects were library commitment towards sustainable development, towards democracy, equal access to information, in lending in Europe. It is a very hot point for libraries, and advocacy in Europe. Greek libraries also are in a consortia, Greek academic libraries. They are collaborating in a Greek consortia. So we have a web service for informational support and training for documentation for the benefit of both library resources and information for users and librarians. So we have developed three platforms: information literacy educational platform for librarians, for end users, and some electronic courses like MOOC. So, as a library association, we spread the information during media. Forgive me, for meal weeks, and trying to communicate to our Greek community how it works and how we could help our communities. In our library, we have, except of all the information literacy and media literacy programs, we have organized two workshops. The one was about climate change and how fake news are affecting the community. And another one for the active citizenship. Where we have done all of this, we wanted to increase the awareness on libraries, to familiarize that kind of terms in our community, and we always should be proactive for our community. Except of our introversive character, we also take part in library book fairs, so we can meet the people to explain them, and we have recorded a lot of seminars in our YouTube channel and our library association. But what's next? We are planning seminars on this information regarding the sustainable development, the climate change, the financial literacy, to other groups except of our students here in our library. And we are planning an exhibition next year concerning political influence, online scams, online harassment, stereotype amplification, and it will take place in many geographical regions in Greece. And our subject was, our goal was to implement tools and methods to better actively engage our audiences, to educate and raise awareness to our audiences, to strengthen the capabilities and skills of our library network, and increase the effectiveness and impact of our work. And we are planning another workshop with Hellene. It is the Hellenic Economic Library Network, and we are planning to educate vulnerable people like women, immigrants, kids, teenagers, retired persons, and new parents. It is a big issue now, the digital financial inclusions. And the other synergies of Greek Library Association is our next conference. I have just returned on Wednesday from our conference for this year's conference, but next is the topic of our next conference is the democracy of knowledge and the dangers of disinformation. Please keep the dates. You are very welcome in Kalambaka Library. And I wanted to attract you with two pictures. So, in our city, we had the chance to visit this exhibition. It was organized in a museum here in Thessaloniki, fake or real, or you see the, or fake for real. Some points were power and prayer, understanding the world, union and division, war, counter fighting and wealth, the age of post-truth. And we had also the chance to play with interactive games and watch some film. It was organized by the House of European History. But unfortunately, you cannot see it because it ended on 16th of June. And another chance in our city is the theater. It was very interesting with actors and artists. So there's a theater for kids, fake musical in Thessaloniki. And thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Professor Anagnostopoulou, for the invitation in this international conference. Congratulate everybody for today's presentations. Very thoughtful and very fruitful conversations and meetings we had today. I will try to give you a presentation of at most 45 minutes. No, just kidding. 5 minutes. 5 minutes presentation I will give, because most of my topics and my position I've already discussed with you. So the impact of libraries in media literacy. Libraries can work as hubs for lifelong learning. Because of the access we have to information, libraries offer free access to a wide range of information sources, including books, digital resources, databases, and online platforms. Also, they can be safe space for inquiry. Libraries create environments where individuals of all ages can explore, ask questions, and engage in learning without fear or judgment. They can promote critical evaluation of information by fact-checking and by providing digital literacy programs. Many libraries all over the world, in Europe and in the USA, mostly host workshops on media literacy, fact-checking, and how to evaluate the credibility of sources. Here in Greece, not the most, we don't see that kind of initiatives very often, but we are trying, as I told before, to engage our users in that kind of programs. Also, we provide digital citizenship. Libraries teach patrons and users about safe and responsible participation in the digital world, covering topics such as privacy, security, and the ethical use of media and technology. They can bridge the digital divide by providing digital access. Libraries often serve as a lifeline for those who's without reliable internet access or digital devices. And we can see that in the libraries in the suburbs of the big cities. By offering free access to computers and Wi-Fi, libraries ensure that more people can engage with digital media, which is essential for media literacy. We can provide digital skills training. Libraries often provide basic digital literacy training to help patrons develop skills necessary to navigate online spaces. Also, we can provide media literacy education for all ages. Regarding children and teens, libraries play a crucial role in educating young people by offering programs designed to teach media literacy, including how to distinguish between reliable and unreliable sources. This can be done very easily by storytelling, interactive workshops, and partnerships with schools. And we can provide education meal for adults and seniors. Many libraries focus on adult education, helping older generations become and digital literate, which is very important for the older generation, and media literate by teaching them how to access, analyze, and evaluate the information from various media resources. And collaborations also with schools, as Mrs. Chrysanthopoulos said earlier. Libraries also can offer work with local schools, media literacy organizations, community groups to offer joint programming. Community engagement, libraries engage with local communities by curating relevant media literacy resources and organizing discussions on current events. Librarians can be media literacy educators, as we mentioned several times today. They can be trained by information professionals, are trained to guide individuals through the complex landscape of information. Their expertise is crucial in this case. They can provide curriculum development. Some libraries work directly with educators to design media literacy curriculums that can be integrated into school systems, enhancing the reach of these programs. Libraries can be content creators, hosting media projects. Many libraries support the creation of media content by offering spaces, resources, and equipment for media production. This empowers users to become creators and not just consumers of media. Local media archives, libraries often curate collections of local media, helping communities understand their own media history, identity, and its role in shaping public opinion. Libraries are not just about books. Libraries are centers of learning and empowerment. They try to help foster media literacy in the digital age by providing access to information, education, and resources. Libraries play an essential role in ensuring that people are equipped with the skills needed to critically engage with media information. This holistic support helps individuals become informed, responsible, and engaged members of society. Now we'll pass on to a couple of or three cases that I personally have been involved to, unlike to Mrs. Zorbazaki's cases, which she presented all the initiatives that are taking place in Greece and especially in Thessaloniki. And we got the full picture by Mrs. Zorbazaki's presentation. I will give you just three cases of initiatives that I personally have been involved. The first is, of course, the library of the University of Macedonia, where I will try to mention the websites because I don't have time, so you can study later the website and the services we provide. So it's www.lib.uom.gr, and here you can find the seminars we provide. We have a series of seminars for information literacy, and someone, actually a registered user, can access these seminars. Either he's an external user, a student, or academic staff. So we start from library orientation, research in bibliographic resources, and we move forward. This is in Greek, actually, so it's the most well-known topics. But here we have search in the bibliography seminar, templates and tools for writing papers, writing and presenting a scientific paper, plagiarism and disinformation in academic resources. This is what I do here, this kind of seminar. I try to give to educate our users in how to avoiding disinformation in academic resources. This is a moving picture. That's why those are our seminars, the most important ones. Now there is actually an ongoing exhibition until next June of 2025, the Fakeless exhibition in the library of the Getty Institute in Thessaloniki and in Athens as well. Where actually it's called Fakeless exhibition. It's about building community, trusting facts, and through this exhibition, the Getty Institute invited me personally and also the Department of Library Science of the Hellenic University to provide a couple of seminars. The first one was about educating and providing media literacy and avoiding disinformation, and it was a seminar for families. So parents with their children or grandparents with their children came, and we played all these games. Here is again the website of the Getty Institute with all the information about the exhibition, and it's kind of interactive because it's based on games that you can actually play it in the website. And also, if you go to the exhibition, you can also see the exhibition and also interact with the games and the people there. So, and the second seminar was about the library students. The library students came and took part in this exhibition. We had the privilege and the honor. Your students, actually, with Mrs. Psalida and the students here, several students of yours, interns, came to the exhibition and took part of, at one of these seminars about the students. So this was a program actually for media education. The main goal was to improve the conscious use of news and media by people of all ages. How can we recognize misinformation and disinformation? How can we check if the information is accurate? How should we talk to people who believe in conspiracies? And there are lots of games actually with AI also technology and deep fake news. You can play and be educated in these kind of topics. The third one is the NetLib project. It's the Erasmus project I mentioned before. It's about digital competence and information literacy for librarians. And it started 1 year ago, actually. The partners are from the University of Library Studies and Information Technology from Bulgaria, who is the coordinator, from Portugal, from Latvia, the National Library of Latvia, from the Global Library Foundation based on Bulgaria, the International Hellenic University here in Greece, and the National Association of the Public Librarians in Romania. Those are the partners. The goal of the project is to develop an educational tool in two parts. One is the theoretical and one is the practical that can be applied by library professionals and university teachers in their daily work. Actually, the theoretical part is we are writing this currently the modules. And then with these modules, we are going to move forward to the practical part where we are about to educate librarians, train the librarians to be the trainers and the educators of their users, of the library users. So the final outcome of our partnership will be a free educational content that might be used by a wide range of stakeholders, teachers, librarians, students, library users, journalists, and media specialists. Here is the website. It's not under construction, but with little information. The lib.unibit.bg. Thank you. That was all.